Scott Taylor! Luke Littler!
Game, shot, and the Modus Super Series, Week 5 champion.
And he's done it. Conor Heenahan to become champion. He does it again.
And here's to you, Reece Robinson!
Has won Week 10. Look at the joy.
Welcome to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, a capacity crowd in the live lounge here in Portsmouth, and it's been a fantastic week. Tonight we will find out who will win Series 7, and it's going to be a fantastic Roll of Honour on the Roll of Honour at Champions Nights. Chris Mason, you've been here before, not just in a comms capacity but playing as well, and Matthew Edgar. What a list of names the winner tonight is going to join.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the best we've ever seen, including, of course, the back-to-back Champions Week winner, Luke Littler. And, well, wouldn't it be great if Bo could get a name on that as another first as he was? Yeah,
we'll take a look at the players that have won here before. As Mace mentioned, Matt, Luke Littler winning it twice. He's not gone on to do too badly, has he? But some other names there that have maybe seen this as the best days in their career.
Oh, absolutely. There's many people here that this is their big achievement, and we've got people coming up here tonight, such as Reece Robinson, who we alluded to last night, who's sort of been around darts for quite some time, but don't really have their big moment. It's only really Bo Greaves who's had that at the moment due to the World Championship success that she's had at Lakeside. So certainly this could be a real big moment. We could see some real emotion up here tonight.
It was May last year, a year ago now, that Luke Littler was playing in his first Champions Week here. Just a quick word while we are on a Champions Night on what he's gone on to achieve since.
Yeah, it was fabulous, wasn't it? We've seen him evolve in front of our very eyes and just get used to playing under the lights, and he'll be the first to admit it put him in good stead going forward, especially with that World Championship campaign where he only narrowly missed out in the end on winning the World Championships, but he certainly made up for it since, and just playing in this environment just sets you up nicely for that.
Well, let's focus on the players tonight. Here are the finalists that are going to be in action this evening, and we can see Bo Greaves, Conor Heenan, Darius Labanauskas, Cam Crabtree, Andreas Harrison and Reece Robinson. And you spoke about Reece Robinson already. You've got a little soft spot for him, haven't you?
I really like him this week. I think he's been very sort of focused, something we haven't seen from Reece Robinson when he gets here. He's very easily distracted, and I think this sort of environment, the crowd here tonight, we've already seen that a little bit boisterous beforehand, that little bit of buzz in the air, and I think he's going to feed off of that. We know he's a very big power scorer. He's had time on the Pro Tour, so he's certainly used to playing up at the level he's going to find tonight, and I quite fancy him to get the job done.
What about the impact, that Bo Greaves has had? Because she won Group A earlier in the week. She qualified by winning all of her matches in her winning week. And then earlier this week, topping Group A. It could not have gone any better for her.
No, it couldn't have. And she was in a seriously tough group. I mean, the three players that have really showed us their ceiling this week are Andreas, Bo and Reece Robinson. They're the ones that have put in the really, really big, eye-catching numbers. And for me, they're the three that are on my shortlist for tonight.
It was a really close Group A, wasn't it, as well? So she would have been really pleased to get through.
And a thought really for Bradley Brooks as well, who literally missed out on leg difference. Just a couple of legs and he would have been guaranteed his place here, and Bo Greaves would have been playing in a Group B campaign. We know what happened to Bradley Brooks. He's ended up finishing bottom. He's off to Middlesbrough and he's playing in an ADC event today. But Bo Greaves, couple of days off for her. I think that really could put her in good stead.
Yeah, and for Bradley, there was a couple of games that should have got some out of over that campaign, so it could have been a little bit different, but irrelevant of where Bo ended up finishing in that group. I would have had her qualifying out of either Group B or Group C anyway. She's just playing at just a different level.
There was a time that players used to come here and say, I'd rather play in Group B than win Group A. I think those days are behind us now, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly in Champions Week. The standard is so high, you just want to guarantee your place on this stage on the Saturday night, and cut out all the bravado and everything else. It's just make sure you're in tonight, because this is key, and it's 25 grand the winner. It's for the majority of those players, it's their biggest cash.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Bradley Brooks will testify to that. Finished bottom of the Group B table. that group looked pretty settled before the second night was played.
It did, and you can look at that in Group B, and say, well, it kind of played how we expected it to, but it wasn't as clear sailing as it may look. If you look at just the table and the results, you think, well, it's pretty simple, but actually on the night it got a little bit twitchy. Jimmy Van Schie came very, very close, just a couple of missed doubles for him, and there was a point. Bradley Brooks, after losing 5 matches, could still qualify, and when we looked at the fixtures, we actually could see a route to Bradley Brooks being here tonight. So it actually was real tense and real tight, but in the end it looked quite regulation.
Yeah, and Cam just about fell over the line in the end, and he's going to have to find another level to his game. Conor Heenan was buoyed. He beat everybody in that group at one point or another over the course of the 2 sessions, but he's got to find another gear. We know he's got that in the locker. Cam's qualifying week was a little bit under par for him, so maybe it's just a dip in a form, but if you're going to come out of it, this is the time to do it tonight.
Let's stay with Conor for a moment, because if anybody has done their best stuff on this stage, it's been him, hasn't it?
Yeah, he seems to come alive up here, and he can play within himself. He's quite comfortable playing his B game a lot of the time, but we know with the multiple 9-darters, some of the big averages he's hit here, that when he's on, he's really on, and he's of the outside. It's hard to talk of him as an outsider, but for me, as an outsider on the numbers we can crunch going into tonight, he's one that's probably the most likely to come up here and find that extra level.
You know which player I'm going to ask you about, don't you? Darius Labanauskas, your nemesis. What have you made of him this week?
Exactly what I'd expect from Darius Labanauskas. As soon as I saw he was coming to the Super Series, I thought this is a player that's really going to take to this sort of environment due to the level of consistency. Tonight he's going to need to find his very best, but he's done that before on the World Championship stage. He reached the quarter-final of that and took on Michael Van Gerwen and went toe-to-toe with him on that occasion. So we know he's got a ceiling on top of this consistency, and like I say, I know him very, very well, and he is so tough to play. Just when you think you've got him, he'll hit something big and come back at you, and the thing about him is functionality. If he comes up with a shot like 42, 50, you're not coming back to the board, and that's kind of been the theme throughout this week.
Yeah, that might be key, because it's all going to be about dealing with the pressure moments tonight. The one thing I like about Darius is that range we talk about a lot. His very best game and his poorest match. There's not a massive range, where a lot of the other players can be guilty of having too big a range. Yes, they'll hit a 105, but then there's a 75 in there somewhere. Tonight, it's going to be about the flamboyant shots and the big numbers. It's also going to be about reliability, and that might play into the hands. If everybody sort of drops off a level or feels the pressure, Darius Labanauskas is the kind of guy that could step in and go, thank you very much.
A couple of players who came through Group C that could do that as well. Now, this group was remarkable. You can see how it ended up. The 2 favourites actually in the end going through, but after a day, 5 of them had the same points. Yes,
they were all on 6 points. They all had 3 wins apiece. It was a bizarre group, one that I don't think I can recall seeing before. Bradley Roos, he battled hard but left himself too much to do. And ironically, Andreas and Reese, they were the ones that duked out. They had to play a match. The winner of that ultimately topped the table, but both relatively comfortably making it through to finals night. I'm a big fan of Reese Robinson myself. I love the way he plays. I love it's arrogance and it's confidence. But he hits the numbers and he hits the targets he goes for. But I've been impressed with the way he's been really disciplined this week.
The total opposite for Andreas Harrison. Shy, if you like, unassuming. And I was really impressed, I don't know about you, with the way that he wasn't getting the breaks in Group A, but just managed to play himself, not into form because he was playing well, but into winning.
He was playing really well, wasn't he? Monday and Tuesday, just wasn't getting the results, losing a lot of games by 4-3. But Wednesday stepped it up to a level like I've never seen here at the Super Series. A daily average of nearly 99. And that really did put him in good stead. It made him the favourite to go on and win that Group C. And he really handled that favouritism well. The one thing I saw from Andreas Harrison in that Group C campaign, though, emotion. And a very restricted emotion, very limited emotion. But there was some. And reaction to darts, and that's something we don't normally see from Andreas Harrison, which just says what this is meaning to him, and he's sort of really starting to live this dart by dart.
Let's have a look at the odds, Mace. I know that it's been interesting to see that all week Beau Greaves has been the favourite. We've also got their averages for the week. So do you think the bookies have got this right tonight?
Yeah, I mean, if you base it on averages, Beau's the best player this week so far. Cam Crabtree's the worst player this week so far, and he's second in the odds, which I find a little bit strange, alongside Andreas Harrison, which I can relate to because he's got an average approaching 91 for the week, so not too far off the levels of Bo Greaves. I mean, ultimately, they're all needing that sixth turn, the 16th, the 17th, and an 18th start. So there's not a massive void between everybody, which I think that's why it makes this particular Champions Week finals night so unpredictable and so exciting. I totally get why Bo Greaves is a favourite. For me, she looks the most likely, but she's up against some serious competition and some serious players who, if they get their timing right tonight, can put her in a world of trouble.
Well, looking at the two groups, Matt, for tonight's finals, is there a more difficult group out of the two there for your money?
Oh, without a doubt, Group 1. Bo Greaves and Reece Robinson, two quality players, big hitters, 180 stats, like we see in the top 32 players in the world. They are big hitters, and the odds compilers have reacted to that as well by changing their market they would normally do just for that game, because they're expecting that to be littered with maximums. But Darius Labanauskas is the sort of player that can really upset that apple cart, so we can't really rule him out, and that makes that group absolutely tight. And, well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Darius Labanauskas take one of them out in the group.
Bo Greaves is just completing her practice starts backstage at the moment. She has been favourite all week. It's not something she really looks at, but how would she be feeling tonight, or is she just going to be carefree as usual?
Yeah, I think that apart from the similarity with Luke Littler in terms of quality, they're very stoic. They're quite blasé about the whole process. They don't get involved with the hype. Bo's very quiet, very unassuming. She's the first one to sort of say, well, no, I'm not ready for this, or I'm ready for that. She knows, she's got it planned out in her mind, and I love that mindset. I love the mindset of Luke Littler. He just comes alive on that stage, and that's exactly what Bo Greaves does as well.
First match tonight is Bo against Reece, and we've just dig down into a few stats from the week for these players. What is this telling you, Matt?
Well, I can tell you even a little bit further on this in regards to the 180s. So I've looked at the 180s, not just at how many they've hit, but how many they've hit against how many legs they've played. And Bo Greaves is 0.35 180s a leg, while Reece Robinson on 0.37. That is why that market has been revised here, because that is stats that is better than some of the top players in the world in regards to the 180s. So one thing I do expect to see from this is lots of maximums.
How important is this first match for either player?
Yeah, I think it's a biggie, but will also be an element of relief, because once you lose that match, you think, right, you know what you've got to do. If you win that match, you may not even have to worry about it if the person you lose to or the person you beats the next guy up. So, yeah, I mean, it's great for us. It adds a bit of jeopardy, but yeah, it's a toughie for the players. Yeah, they're facing off. For me, they're the two favourites for tonight, and they're facing off against each other.
Before we get it underway, one-word answers only. Who is going to be the Series 7 champion?
Reece.
Bo.
There we go. And they are both in action in the opening match tonight. Bo Greaves against Reece Robinson to get Champions Night underway. And I caught up with both of them earlier on. Reece, Champions Night, just to tell us about the nerves or the buzz that might be going through your body right now.
Yeah, quite a few nerves just to come in here and do this, to be honest with you, straight in.
Yeah, it's an important night, isn't it? Obviously the best players that have got through this series. We spoke to you several times when you've been here. This is what you've been waiting for, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm excited to play. I'm looking forward to playing everybody.
Big audience in, it's going to be at capacity. You are the type of player that feeds off that. You've been all business like this week. Which Reece Robinson are we going to see?
I'm not sure yet. I don't even know myself sometimes.
Yeah, it can be a difficult decision to make. But that energy from the crowd, is that going to be something that you'll just feel in the moment?
Yeah, I'm going to try and use it to my ability and then see what happens, see what I go for.
Have you allowed yourself to think about winning the night yet and what that might mean to you?
It's crept in, but I've keep putting it to the back of my mind. I just want to get through the group first and then we'll go from there.
And you mentioned to me when we chatted yesterday that you're missing a special occasion for this today. Any message to send home?
Yeah, I'd like to say happy birthday to my daughter, Effie. Hope you've had a good day.
And it could be a really good day, couldn't it? Because there's £25,000 at stake. What would it mean to you to be the person lifting that and that trophy as well?
It means a lot to me. I haven't really thought about it that much. I don't want to let it creep into my mind too much just yet. See if I win it at the end of the night.
Usually a pretty confident guy, but obviously Champions Night is a totally different feeling, isn't it? All the players are brilliant. Do you think about your opponents at all, or is it just about you?
No, I've just been thinking about my game. I'm excited to play. I've seen them playing both first. I'm excited to play that game. I assume a lot of them will be here to watch here as well. So
Great
game, yeah.
Great way to start the evening. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Enjoy it.
Cheers, thank you.
Bo, welcome to Champions Night. Just tell us a bit about your experience at Champions Week this week.
Yeah, it's been good. I didn't play too bad in the start of the week, but probably could have been a little bit better. But I shot myself even winning Group A, and just to be here is great. And just hopefully a good night.
Have you been able to sort of rest up and relax for the last couple of days?
Yeah, it's been great. It was definitely a bonus, I think, just to recover and not have to think about darts and that. And but at the same time, I also miss playing. I was caught up a little bit of it, I think, Group B and that. But yeah, I mean, it was helpful, but I'm definitely looking forward to playing tonight. Nice
to be out of it as well, watching them all fight it out. Look, the bookies think that you're the one to beat. Is that how you're approaching it?
Not really, no. I think just a sort of... I shocked myself even getting to finals night, so because I hadn't been in great form. But you never know what can happen, dear. You know what I mean? I could play brilliant up there, I could play terrible. It's one of them. It starts, it's fine lines, and yeah, I mean, the bookies is the bookies, in it, but depends who plays better on the day.
I know you've been doing a few different things this year. When you came here for your week that you won, did that exceed your expectations, just winning a week and getting to Champions Week?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I didn't play. I played quite well. I think I played better than I have done at the start of the week, but fortunate enough to get through. But it's one of them. I sort of settled in straight away. I loved playing. I think maybe playing it later at night might suit me a little bit better. I think obviously in the mornings, getting up and you feel a bit sluggish in that. But it's one of them. It just depends what happens. It depends how your mindset is and stuff, and just being positive about wherever you're playing.
We'll let you go and prepare. Good luck.
Thanks, love.
Right on the wire.
Winning Lakeside was difficult, but I think this is a different sort of standards.
Beautiful adjustment. A 12 dart leg.
That's Bo Greaves through to Champions Night. Will you win Champions Week?
Yes. I'll let you know at the end of it.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night at the 7th Modus Super Series, and we're ready. And the players are ready. And it's tungsten time! And now from Group 1, it's match number 1. Please welcome our Week 9 champion. She is bow and arrow. She is Bo Greaves. And our Week 1 champion, he is Sugar Reese Robinson.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition.
So here we go, the opening match of Champions Night. The long-awaited Modus Super Series debut of Bo Greaves has got off to the most fantastic start, qualifying without losing a match. And now here she is at Champions Night, taking on Reese Robinson in the opening game of the night. Robinson, of course, who won really early in this series, right at the start of it, and often has managed to produce some big things in the past here. Bo, though, twice world champion already at the age of 20. The Doncaster darter looking for Super Series 7 glory tonight. Sugar Reese Robinson here at the Live Lounge looking to entertain but ultimately succeed in getting his name added to the Roll of Honour. Talking you through every single dart this evening, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, what a way to start Champions Week, Series 7, finals night. Group 1 with 2, in mine and Matt's opinion, the 2 favourites for this title.
First leg, it's Bo to throw first. Game on!
Absolutely, neither of these players would have wanted to be in the group with the other, and certainly starting off the campaign, because they've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Welcome to the final boat. Wow, what a statement of intent
96.
that opening visit was, and as cool as a cucumber.
Well, we've been talking about it all week, haven't we? The big power 180 scores that both Bo Greaves and Reece Robinson have been hitting throughout the week, and we said we wanted to see this head-to-head clash for the maximum count.
Well, the odds compilers, I can't recall them ever doing it before, but they went 3.5 on the overs and unders in 180s.
In a best-of-7 match.
Yeah. We'll be getting another.
137.
Going for the 51 to leave double 8, but she's left 50 after 9. Now, sadly, she won't be going for it.
95.
Only idiots do that.
50.
Double 16 for a perfect start to the day.
Game shot on the first
11
leg.
dart leg to kick off proceedings, and do you know, when that leg was underway, I was just looking at the faces
Second leg.
in the audience, and everyone was just smiling. It's like they know they're watching something special here once again.
Well, that throw is something special, isn't it?
100.
The fundamentals of that throw are pretty damn perfect. Everything from the elbow. Head doesn't move.
41.
Right on cue. Thanks for that, Bo.
And she's one of those players, isn't she, that when she's on song just makes it look easy.
Yeah. And that's half the secret to playing this game well.
135.
Don't try and play it well.
Exactly. Play like you practice. She just looks so likely every time she goes to the board.
Just a nice, constant, gradual acceleration from the back point, isn't it?
And it's just got
All
a
the way
beautiful,
through.
beautiful rhythm. It stays as is.
58.
Reece Robinson's been waiting a long time for this day, and it's a day he wanted to be on that much that he's happy to miss his daughter's birthday today. She's 3-year-old today, and I'm sure Reece will be wanting to go back with the £25,000. He said he wanted to buy some jigsaw puzzles, didn't he?
A lot of jigsaw puzzles.
96.
That's a big jigsaw puzzle. Yeah, happy birthday to you, my sweet. From all of us here at the Super Series, happy 3rd birthday. I presume you're still awake.
98. Reece, you require 112.
It's been a week of big finishes. Group A broke the record for tumpless checkouts.
72.
Yeah, we have some
Oh, you
remarkable
require
numbers.
164.
We've even seen this go.
This is Reece Robinson's favourite double.
94.
He leaves it at all
Reece, you
costs.
require 40.
We've seen him do the triple tops, the double tops, but he just needs tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Reece Robinson. Third leg. It's Bo to throw first.
2 holds of throw.
Game on.
I was just about to say it's lacking 180s and right on cue.
140.
I'm with you though, it does look so expectant, does it? And what do you expect? Do let us know. We have a poll live on your chat on YouTube currently. Bo Greaves, the chat favourite, at 80%
81.
to go on and win Group 1. That's the question on there at the moment. Who wins Group 1? Bo Greaves, Reece Robinson, or Darius Lavanauskas, who is waiting in the practice room to take on the pair?
Yeah, and while you're at it, make sure you hit that subscribe button and the
100.
alert bell. Please give us a thumbs up. We appreciate that. Helps with the analytics. If you do have any questions or comments for myself or Matt,
100.
keep them sensible, keep them civil, get them in the chat, and we'll endeavour to answer them. And also welcome along to the thousands watching via their chosen betting app. Please gamble responsibly. When the fun
55.
stops, please stop.
60.
But at the moment, the player who's been thrown first has kind of been getting it at a bit of a canter.
Getting a lot of action on that poll, Matt. About over 400 votes.
121.
There'll be more votes as well throughout the night, so make sure you have your application open. We'd like to see from you. That has now completed at Bowgreave, 79% expectancy of our viewers that she's going to get through. And she's going to get 6 starts here at 85 to regain the lead.
Treble 15. Yeah, doesn't need to go 20 balls, so sensibly setting up.
69.
Thank you for the kind words, Lee. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, that's the beauty of time that Bowgreave's earned by completely outscoring Reece Robinson in this leg.
Very similar to what he did in leg 2 on throw, you're right.
Game shot on the third leg, Bowgreaves.
Running at the moment, Bowgreaves, and we're deep enough in this one to mention it.
Fourth flag, it's Reece
An average of
first.
99.98.
I suppose the issue for Reece is he's going to have to break the throw with Bow somewhere. And sometimes when you know that needs to happen and you're playing someone who's averaging nearly 100, you sort of over-pressure every single shot.
108.
She could have got another 10 in there. Yeah, just the average of a ton or more means that on average she's going to be going out in 15 darts or less. So if that's on throw, she's forcing Reece to find a 12 from somewhere.
And in this format, you don't have long, just simply the best of 7 legs, first to 4, all the way through.
Hello.
135.
You can see from that angle that there is a bit of a weep before the dart sits up, and it's very clean, the release from Reece Robinson. Comes out the hand very clean, doesn't it? There's no weep, no wibble.
Well, we mentioned about the fact that there's been no challenge on the break of throw.
You can just see that, yeah, exactly. This is why. Yeah, you just see that the back end of the dart will just
56.
drop slightly before it gets into its most efficient aerodynamic quality. But you can see that beautiful shot from our director where you can
60.
see it going through the air.
Oh, you require 130.
That's why we always say how imperative it is to have that clean release and the timing of the release.
This is our
Too much acceleration.
That was the first break opportunity, the first real challenge on the throw there.
124.
Reece does have plenty of work to do. Needs a treble 18. Would have given him a dart at the ball, so Bowgreaves is in a position now where singles are enough to get her a break dart. A treble would give her 2. She's going to get 2, and it's 2 at 66. That could be a real hammer blow for Reece Robinson, because if he's going to win this game, he doesn't just have to break Bowgreaves, he's got to do it twice.
Fifth flag, it's Bow to throw first. Game on.
And the insurance for Bow is that if Darius beats Reece, it's job done for her. It makes her final game against Darius pretty irrelevant.
140.
She's had 10 scores of a ton or more. 5 of those 10 have been 140s or 180s.
134.
Isn't it? They're meant to be nerves or something on a night like this. You're playing for £25,000.
We had a 9-darter today as well on the ADC. Adam
80.
Paxton popping in a 9. Congratulations to you.
She's just getting better, isn't she, Bowgreaves, as this game goes on?
140.
A hat-trick of 140s, an average of 105. She's hitting the ground running. Whatever she's been doing the last 2 days, it's been correct. This will be Bowgreaves approaching the hockey with a chance to get the job done and a sizable scoreline, which would put Reece Robinson under pressure.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg and a 4-1 win against one of the favourites here, Reece Robinson. What a statement of intent from Bo Greaves. She did have the Thursday and Friday off. I think that suited perfectly. Look at those numbers. 2 180s, 5 140s, 104.36, 57% on the doubles, 4 from 7. An absolutely immaculate display from Bo Greaves. Right, when we come back, it is Conor Heenahan up against Cam Crabtree.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. For the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Here at Champions Night at the Modus Super Series, Conor Heenahan is about to take to the stage, a man who has produced perfection on the Super Series stage, just trying to sharpen up his precision before he gets his opening match of the evening underway. As I said, he's hit 9 darters, not just 1, 2 in this venue and 1 in our previous venue as well. He takes on Cam Crabtree in his opening match. Crabtree's had a bit of an indifferent week, but has made it through to finals night. And if he's looking for omens, Scott Taylor, the reigning champion, won week 12, just like Crabtree, and then went on to win on Champions Night. So this is the first match in Group 2 after Bo Greaves got off to a blistering start in Group 1. I hope you didn't miss that because she was sensational in a 4-1 win against Reece Robinson. But Crabtree and Heenahan are ready to take to the stage, and I spoke to both of them earlier tonight. Conor, welcome to Champions Night. Congratulations on getting here. Just talk a bit about that qualifying campaign this week.
Yeah, it's very tough, obviously, with the 12 players that were in it, or 11 other players. Delighted to get through. It's a big night, so hopefully it goes well.
You're a player who, a lot of your great achievements have come on this Super Series stage, so what would it mean for you? Well, first of all, just to be part of tonight, what does that mean? And what would it mean to go and win it?
Yeah, it means a lot. I've achieved most things here. 9 darters, I've won a week now, so this is last on the list to get the name on the trophy.
And obviously a big talented group of players, there has been all week. Thoughts on the group you're in, Cam Crabtree, first game? It's not going to be easy, is it?
No, it's going to be very tough. Like, whoever wins it tonight will deserve it. So yeah, looking forward to it, and we'll see what happens.
And how much support have you got back home cheering you on in Ireland?
Yeah, good lot of support. Everyone texted me today. It's best good wishes. So yeah, so we'll see what happens.
How do you feel? You walk into the arena on a night like tonight, you see the venue laid out for a capacity crowd. How do you actually feel? Is there any nervousness, or is there a bit of adrenaline kicking in at this point?
Not too bad as of yet, but obviously when you go for your first game, it's going to be adrenaline rush with the crowd behind you. It's going to be packed, so it's going to be fun, and hopefully it goes well. And
how do you kind of deal with that yourself? How do you keep yourself calm and just concentrate on your darts?
You just have to take it one leg at a time, I suppose, and just go from there. You know, I've Cam first, so we'll see how that goes, and then progress after that.
Good luck.
Thanks a million.
Cam, welcome to Champions Night. Just tell us a little bit how you felt it's gone for you this week.
It's been a bit patchy. I played some good darts on Thursday, didn't really play yesterday, so last week I had one good day, one not so good day, and I won. So done the same this week. Hopefully I can repeat last week.
Last week's finals night as well was an interesting one. You started with a 102 average, finished with a 102 average, but you seem to be having a little bit of a battle with yourself in between. What can you bring from last week into tonight?
I just think last week I was a bit... against Chris I went 3-0 up, and you can't afford to not focus or anything like that, and I just struggled. I lost it a little bit, and I was very lucky to win that, and I won't be able to do that tonight, because if I do, I will be punished.
Yeah, obviously a really tough group. It's going to be on any champions night, but what would it mean for you to get through the field and take the trophy later this evening?
A lot. I don't really have words for how I think I would feel, but it's I'll do my best, and we will see at the end of the night.
Have you got some support coming down?
Yeah, I have a couple. Obviously it was sold out, but I managed to get a few. So yeah, it would be nice to have some people in the crowd.
And just in general, in terms of your career, just to be involved in something like tonight, it gets a lot of attention. What can this do for you and your confidence and your image and everything going forward?
Yeah, it's massive. It can really excel sort of my levels with the confidence it can bring. It's great for my sponsors because, they put a lot of support and they help me out a lot. And to be able to repay them by, having their patch shown in front of thousands of people is nice feeling to be able to help them. So
I'm sure you do them proud. Good luck.
Thank you, mate.
Is he still smiling? Not anymore. Scott Taylor's in the semi-finals of Champions Night.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. And now from Group 2, please welcome our Week 2 champion, is Connor Heenahan. And our Week 12 champion is Cam Shazam Crabtree.
If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, here we go then. The first match in the second group. Well, follow that from Bo Greaves in the opener. Connor Heenahan against Cam Crabtree. It was actually the last match on Friday night, and Heenahan won it comfortably, a 4-1 success to finish top of Group B. Cam Crabtree, he managed to get through in third place, having won his week on the final week of qualifying, week 12, to get here, just as Scott Taylor did in the previous series. So can Crabtree pull out the kind of form that he managed last week, or will the Irish ace Heenahan manage to produce all the perfect stuff that he's produced more than anybody on this Super Series stage? Guiding you through the action, once again, it's back to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, it was interesting chat there. He will want to play throughout the night, similar to how he started in his last finals night and finished. As you rightly mentioned, a couple of 102 plus averages, and after what we've just seen from Bo Greaves, well, the standard has been set. Bo Greaves has laid down
first leg,
quite
it's
the
Connor
marker.
to throw first. Game on!
She has set a very high bar and a very high ceiling with that performance in the opening game and put herself in a very good position to move forward and reach the semi-finals. But we now move our attention to group number 2.
45.
Before we go back to group 1, we're in a must-win game for Reece Robinson against Labanauskas. But listening to both players, I don't think either of them spoke from a place of certainty. It was very much, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it was very much, rather than I will, it was pretty much I hope.
90.
Exactly that, and Connor even made reference to the crowd being behind you and the extra factor that that brings. And it can be something that can really spur you on. It can really take you to that next level. Unless you're not playing well, then you just want to sort of hide.
Well, in football they call it the 12th man in darts. It's almost like having the 4th dart, I suppose. Kevin in the chat says going to be a close one. Well, 100. The odds compilers couldn't split them. They went 5-6 each of 2, and I'm pretty sure that, well, that's where I would put them. You the same, Matt?
Well, the odds compilers put Crabtree the second favourite to lift the title at the end of the night. However, our viewers who have been watching for the entire week on the vote have gone 53% in favour of Heenahan.
64.
Interesting. Maybe on the basis of how he's played this week, rather, I think the odds compilers are looking at how he started last week and how he finished with 2 big 100+ averages. But where in the middle matches he got away with
82.
it, I don't think you're going to get away with it tonight. Certainly from the semi-finals onwards. Gemma Hayter in the chat. Congratulations, Gemma. Been quite the week for you. Well done today with a wonderful win. Fallon picking up a win today as well. Gemma picking up a win against Fallon. Also, Joe Croft, friend of the Super Series, picking up a title. As I said, Adam Paxton hitting a 9-darter there in the ADC events in Middlesbrough. Neil Duff actually went straight there yesterday, didn't he?
Game on.
He did, as did Bradley Brooks, but concerning start there for Connor Heenahan, who's just lost his throw in the opening leg and didn't really put too much
42.
resistance there. Maybe just needs a leg to settle in. But you don't get too many chances to settle in on this format.
No, I mean, they've been used to playing knockout round robin darts. I mean, although this is round robin, it does feel like knockout darts when you're in these 2 mini groups.
We've both played the Saturday
59.
night, and when you play that first game, there is just that element of panic, and especially if you're on first, ideally you want to be like Darius Labanauskas and Andreas Harrison, where you're sat waiting.
97.
Well, Mickey Wortley said, should get this on Sky. Why on earth would you want to do that? You'd have to pay for it. Are you mad?
100.
Just for reference, when I'm at home, I watch this on my big TV because I've got YouTube on my big TV. I full page it and it's on my TV for free.
55.
That's yeah, so I thought it was a max. That's our first. And Crabtree really starting to take control.
101. Can you require 120?
He has come out firing tonight, Crabtree, and he's got to go up for the single, for the double. Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree, and a lot was made of his sort of in and out form when he won this, but actually when you look at when he was in and when he was on, he actually had 200 averages on the night he qualified. It wasn't like he was struggling, it was just that little bit of consistency. And if he can purely focus on the positives, which is what you should be doing as a player anyway, he could have left here just almost. Well, I didn't need to play to that level to win those games because I won them despite the fact I didn't.
Well, he's certainly playing to a high level right now.
140.
Just 32 darts used to win the opening 2 legs.
125.
When we was looking at the players at the start of the week, we was talking about Crabtree as someone who's got that very high ceiling, that Pro Tour quarter-final just last year.
Yeah.
On the basis of that Challenge Tour call-up.
That gave him massive confidence, didn't it? It takes that belief to reality, doesn't it?
83.
And that deflection there has just moved him to a non-finish, so Heenahan may get a little bit of a reprieve here, but he's going to have to hit. And doesn't.
57.
So a chance here for a double breaker throw that'll put Conor Heenahan in a world of trouble.
Andrew J in the chat, this is fantastic compared to where it all started in COVID with commentators in a cupboard.
99.
What a great addition to the darts world this is now. Well, you must have been late to the party. It all started in my studio at home. With players in their living rooms, bedrooms, dart rooms, garages, conservatories.
And now they're standing in front of a full building, playing for £25,000.
Game shot on the third
It
leg.
looks like Cameron Crabtree is taking a little bit of a baby step towards that check.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
I agree with you, Rich. Bo is going to take some stopping tonight. Dirty Harry could be the one.
81.
Andres Harrison was someone we talked about throughout the entire campaign as being a serious runner and rider for this. He's in this group number 2 with Heenahan and Crabtree.
60.
He'll be coming up in a game's time. But a chasm here
84.
in the averages. Conor Heenahan not quite settled into the task as of yet. He has been here all week. This is his 6th day of action.
45.
But if you get to finals night and you're feeling fatigued rather than excited.
Jonathan asks, watching on my big TV as well, Mace, but question, why is the finals night best of 11? Surely the finals night deserve it. Yeah, well, it's something that's being looked at, but we do have a particular time frame that we got to be guaranteed to
45.
have it done. So we're looking at plenty of options, maybe a slightly earlier start, but allow us to do maybe best of 9 in the semi and best of 11 in the final, certainly for Champions Week, but watch this space.
Good recovery there for Crabtree, and there's nothing Heenahan can do here. He's absolutely in no man's land. Even a maximum isn't going to help his cause. Crabtree's got 6 darts regardless,
58.
and Conor Heenahan is just non-effective now.
Well, Cam mentioned the focus, didn't he, and the concentration in that interview with Murph.
80.
And in all fairness, I cannot fault his focus. He's been 100% switched on throughout the match.
Absolutely. He said about being 3-0 up before and letting it slip. He's learnt from that, and he looks like he's about to get the job done. 6 darts if he needs them
40.
to get the points.
Game shot.
Only needs the one.
Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree throwing his name in the hat to put his name on the trophy and collect the £25,000 first prize. A great performance from Cam Crabtree, nearly 20 points higher in the averages, 95.43, 1180, 1140, super efficient, identical to the numbers in the checkouts to Beau Greaves, 4 from 7, 57%. When we come back, we return to Group 1, and it's a must-win game as Rhys Robinson takes on Darius Lavanauskas.
Well, here at the Modus Super Series Champions Night, Reece Robinson knows exactly what he needs to do. Sharpen up and get a victory after a 4-1 defeat in his opening match to Bo Greaves. Robinson is in danger of being eliminated from the tournament after just a couple of games. He could be the first out. He's going to have to beat Darius Labanauskas in the game that is about to take place, the second match in Group 1. Robinson, we know, has the ability to turn it around, but Labanauskas is just so solid, and the Lithuanian ace, the former World Championship quarter-finalist, of course, will be more than a match for anybody. A really difficult game that you have to win, and Darius Labanauskas knows what it takes. Of course, all the players in Champions Week and indeed Champions Night have won on that stage before. I had a little chat with Darius before tonight got underway. Darius, congratulations on making it through to Champions Night. How did you feel when you qualified?
Oh, my feel is really perfect. I was lost just 2 games before today, and it was great feel, and I'm 100% sure for the final.
And
I hope so.
And the week that you qualified to get here as well, when you won on a Saturday night, just talk a little bit about that, because that was a big moment for you, wasn't it?
Yes, it's, I don't know, it's my feel, it's very good. I'm more comfortable than was 3 weeks before on when I was debut on Modus Super Series, and was really comfortable in all the last 2 days, and it's like I don't have games where when I had the stress for the score or finish. It's really good.
You're a very experienced player. Do you think that can help you tonight?
It's a lot of players here who have experience too, but for my field it's work good. It's like it's work good.
We wish you the best of luck, Darius. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Darius Labanauskas of Lithuania has won with 10.
Oh, beautiful finish there from Darius Labanauskas to get himself on the board and up and running in this game.
Shot on the first leg.
The hardest thing is to get out of that mindset.
To sign off with a very impressive win, and he does just that.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. And now from Group 1, please welcome Week 1 champion, Sugar Reece Robinson. And a Week 10 champion, his lucky D, Darius Labanauskas.
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through.
No margin for error now for Reece Robinson after that defeat in the opening match to the brilliant Bo Greaves, who opened with a 180, went on to win 4-1 with a 3-figure average as well. Sensational stats from the leading lady of darts. But now, well, Robinson, he gets his second chance, doesn't he? Can he make it his lucky day against lucky D? Darius Labanauskas makes his entrance to Champions Night. A man who's just so solid. Matthew Edgar was saying in the pre-night analysis, he's just that type of player that if you make a mistake, he will jump all over it. And we've seen that on several occasions this week. Robinson from Hull, 32 years of age and twice has been a winner on the Super Series stage. He would love to do it tonight, but he's got his work cut out after that opening loss to Greaves. As for Labanauskas, this is his debut campaign. First time he played, he was just a few weeks ago. Got through to Champions Week, got through to Champions Night, and who knows, he could be trousering £25,000 come the end of the evening. He's lost a flight, don't worry. Reece has found it for you. I'll hand you back to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. A nice sporting gesture there from Reece Robinson.
I wouldn't have given it back.
No, I wouldn't have. Not if I was in his position. I'd go, oh, I can't. I don't know where it is, mate. Yeah, big game this. A win for Darius, and he's through. What a nice position to be in. I think that's why we've had this discussion before. Where would you rather play? For me, I'd rather be in Darius's boots right now because it'll feel like I've got 2 bites at the cherry.
Well, it would feel like that, except the second bite of the cherry is going to be against Bo Greaves.
Well, apart from that.
But must win here for Rhys Robinson to give himself any hope.
I think if I played Bo, I'd be lucky to get 0.
7.
Oh dear. Well, that's a disastrous start. It couldn't really be any worse.
Well, there is a possibility here that Rhys Robinson could actually put himself straight through to the semi-finals. All he's got to do is beat Darius Labanauskas 4-0, which, again, according to our polls, which we're putting out on YouTube tonight, please do join in with those and be interactive with us throughout the evening. 70% of people think this is going to go the way of Lucky D.
What say you, Matt Edgar?
60.
Well, I know better than anyone. You're never back against Darius.
Well, the bookies have got a bit of a coin flip. 4 to 5.
58.
Rhys, 10 to 11. Darius.
It wasn't one of the features, was it, for Darius Labanauskas in his group campaign, the 180s, but tonight's the night it matters the most, and it's kind of roles reversed at the moment because Rhys Robinson was statistically our best 180 hitter in a leg to ratio, and he's yet to hit one tonight.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the pressure of the occasion.
89.
It comes with a bit of added pressure for him. He's had to forfeit the chance, of course, of spending the day with his daughter on her birthday. And trust me,
59.
when it's not going right for you, that's in the back of your mind.
32.
Oh, it's a sacrifice that you feel wasn't worth doing, wasn't it? But this could cause some problems here for Rhys Robinson. That double 16 causes problems. One, it's a break of throw. And now Rhys Robinson's going to have to find that back somewhere against Darius. The other problem is, it is now out of his hands. He cannot automatically qualify anymore by his own doing.
100.
Just trying to take a little bit of pace out of the game here. Rhys Robinson, maybe a sign that the heart rate's just starting to get to levels he wouldn't like it to be. Just a couple of deep breaths, a little bit of box breathing maybe, trying to reset the heart rate.
Yeah, bring it down. I think the problem, I think Rhys is quite a
100.
A natural flair player, and I think he just needs to just play.
Yeah, he's just trying to make sure of it right now, isn't he, Rhys? Being very deliberate.
Yeah, 83. And he wouldn't do this in practice, so...
And he hasn't done it in any of his games so far this week.
No, he's been quick.
But that is the thing with Darius. Darius isn't one of those slow players, but he's just got that little bit more methodical about him. Just takes that little 45. Bit more time. And as a quick player myself, I can vouch he's a very awkward pace to play.
Yeah, he's one of those. He's sort of medium paced, isn't he? But you can't quicken him up.
And he's like playing one of those dark computer apps because he's not going to hit you all the time with the massive scores, but he's always going to be jabbing you.
Yeah, it's going to be
ton.
It's going to be one of those 85. Kind of players that you can't shake off.
Rhys Robinson already went down in his opening game. That was 4-1 to Bo Greaves, 60. Who was out of this world in her performance. Cam Crabtree also up this evening. He's had a 4-0 victory over Conor Heenahan. He'll be looking to get the job done in the next game. Just needs one leg off Andreas Harrison to confirm his place in the semi-finals. So it could end up shaping 97. Quite early in regards to starting to know those final 4 positions. But it's just not happening for Reese. Not so much that he's not finding the big scores, but the amount of 5s and 1s, he's completely losing the line.
Well, for me, Matt, he's just lost his timing. The rhythm's gone.
66. Darius, you require
Good last one,
74.
but not enough. He's allowed Darius 6 darts if he needs them at 74. Well, he won't be going 13 ball. He will be going for treble 13, for double 12, and gets it.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanauskas.
saying about efficiency?
The darts general.
Third leg. It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
I've just give him a new nickname out there. The darts general. That's better than Lucky.
This is more like it, Reese.
121.
Bit of fluency, bit of rhythm.
Yeah. Well, that allows you to time the release better because it's normal behaviour.
What's that word we've been saying all week? Trust.
Yeah.
100.
There's Andy Davidson in the middle there. What a find he's been.
Oh, there's a face you're going to see more in this place.
And elsewhere, I think.
We're going to see him up there on that stage, no doubt, in a future series.
100.
Really good player. He's had a great week. Narrowly missed out from being up there on the stage. And the fact he's here, that's also something I like. Because he's here, which means that he booked his hotel, expecting to be here playing tonight. Some people will book a hotel up to Friday, up to Saturday, and if I get through, I'll book another night. He's clearly booked all tomorrow. He expected.
Yeah, I like that confidence. I like that mindset.
40.
I don't like the rhythm of Reese Robinson right now, but I tell you who does like it. His opponent.
Well, it's not just his opponent, is it? It's also Bo Greaves, because a win for Darius Labanauskas won't just put Darius Labanauskas through, he will also confirm Bo Greaves' place in the semi-finals before Bo Greaves walks back up the stairs.
Well, Darius had a day where he didn't hit a single 180 in the entire session, and it was something that we picked up on, and he's hit 2 in this match.
Wayward for Darius, and you sort of feel this is Reese Robinson, a must-hit shot.
79.
Something to get him going,
100.
something to get the adrenaline taking over the nerves. It's his favourite double.
Game shot on the third leg. Reese
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reese Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash?
Well, it will give him
Fourth leg. It's
some
Darius to throw
confidence.
first.
He'll feel like he's in the game. He'll feel like he's got something to play for.
Just a reminder, and it sounds silly, but a reminder that you can do it. Because when you're up there, you do start to doubt yourself when it's not working.
Look
128.
at the speed now. Look at how much more natural it looks.
A bit of a spring in the step.
What can happen, and he's far too experienced for this really, is what's happened to him is he's just starting to play
60.
at Darius's pace rather than his own, and it's a bit like playing a quick player. You can either end up playing quicker, or you can affect your own game because you slow it down too much. And I think that's what he did initially here.
Well, the thing he could do is just keep the face. See you there from that shot. He's really hugging the exclusion zone. If he feels like he's got to slow the pace down, keep the pace. Just take more steps. Take a wider berth. Use the stage.
135.
You don't want to feel like you're adjusting things in this sort of scenario, but this is a adjustment in regards to the performance for Reese from where it was to where it's going. Finds his first maximum of the night, and he's putting himself back in. He needed to get the breaker throw back off of Darius Labanauskas, and that 180 should give him 2 darts at his favourite double. I say should, because in these situations,
46.
even a big 13 can become a bit
53.
tricky.
Well, he's found that. And what I liked about that one, it was middled.
33.
Now he's
Darius, you require 120.
relying on Labanauskas, not doing Labanauskas things.
This would be fatal. Treble for double. Oh, he's found it. Reese is nodding.
80.
That a long way
Reese, you
over the
require
crossbar.
20.
It was. That was in Rosette.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Reese Robinson.
13 darter there for Reese Robinson. Questioned that one moment that could just bring him to life, and it was that
Fifth
100
flag.
finish.
It's Reese to throw first.
He's back
Game
in
on.
fighting. Darius Labanauskas hasn't dropped the levels here. This is all about Reese Robinson taking them up. He was dwelling in the mid-60s. He's took that up now to the mid-80s. Darius still
100.
averaging up on the 95 mark. So this turnaround has been the brilliance of Robinson rather than the drop-off of Darius.
$60.
Starting to find that first dart as well now, isn't he, Reese? And this is what he was doing throughout the week.
100.
As soon as he got that first dart, darts 2 and 3, quicker, just following the dart in. He's now starting to get that guide. He's getting it where he wants it to be.
Talking about noisy crowds, which we don't have here. We have a
41.
respectful crowd, but Dan Parker said, yeah, the golf ball sits still until hit. If they don't have enough focus to hit it without dead silence, they should take up reading.
91.
Right then, Dan, tell me when you were on the 18th playing for the Masters title, and how did it feel? Let me know, with all that pressure and prestige on offer.
100. Reach
As for the
require
darts,
130.
share your experiences of where you've had to try and focus with even 3,000 people cheering and
98.
several whistling when you're about to go for a double.
Reese on double after 12, which would be another 13 dart leg possibility. Darius starting to hit, but it may be too late here in this leg. And Reese Robinson now 6 darts to take the lead for the first time.
Yeah, and dart 3 was a disaster for Darius. Matters not, almost middled the double 16. From 2-0 down, Reese Robinson has turned this tie on its head.
It's Darius to throw first. Game on.
But this, for Reese, wouldn't guarantee him anything. He would still need results and scorelines in the final game when Darius takes on Bo Greaves in this group. So for Reese, if he gets this win, it'll be one of those awkward situations where you go back to the practice room and do you carry on practicing in the hope that you're through, or do you sit and wait?
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it?
For that to be an equation, though, he needs to get the job done and over the line. And
125.
what a turnaround, though, for Reese Robinson. 2-0 down, averaging in the mid-60s. And he's turned that around to be 3-2 up.
100.
Well, averaging 92.5. That is an incredible turnaround in 3 legs.
Well, he's put 24 on his average in those 3 legs, which means he was averaging somewhere around the 110 mark to get it back to 3-2 in front.
Well, it'd have to be, because Darius hasn't wavered in that average. He's been mid-90s the entire match.
140. Darius, you
This
require
is
101.
But it could go the distance, and every single leg could really matter come the end of this group. Double 12 for a 101 finish and a 12 dart leg.
77.
Now the chance for
Reese,
Reese,
require 121.
against the run of play, to win this one 4-2. That's treble 18 is the shot.
53. Darius, you require 24.
Double 12 to take us the distance. One dart left at double 6. And he finds it last starting hand. There's that functionality again of Darius Labanauskas. Give him the chance. It tends to go.
Seventh and final leg. It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Reese did have the insurance policy of knowing he will have the darts in his hands to win this tie. Remember, if he loses this match, he is out. And Darius and Bo Greaves are through to the semi-finals with a game to spare.
81.
I mean, I suppose the plan for Reese Robinson right now is get the job done, win 4-3, then get your Bo Greaves pom-poms on, because he would need Bo to beat Darius for him to qualify.
100.
Just finding a treble throw at the minute, Darius, but also finding a wayward dart. That's going to force him now to have to find an extra treble due to the 2 wayward darts.
60.
But Reese Robinson just stumbling. Deadly silent, isn't it, out there? The crowd know what the 2 players are going through in this scenario.
Yeah, they know the implications involved.
I mean, when Reese Robinson qualified on week 1, it almost turned into Reese Robinson versus his opponent versus the crowd, and now they get a chance to get involved because Reese Robinson fills it up at the most crucial time.
Well, we often talk about timing, and that was timed to perfection. You could call that, Max, a Rolex.
100.
103, 6 darts at it.
103.
From 2-0 down to keep his hopes alive of qualifying for the semis and to keep his hopes alive of winning. Oh dear. Well, that is a disastrous start. It's 5-5, isn't it?
And he looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. So I was surprised to see him go that way, but he's got the job done in the end. Reese Robinson was averaging in the mid-60s when he was 2-0 down in that one. A result 10 minutes ago you would not have expected to see, but he's got over the line and he keeps himself in there and swinging with a little bit of hope. But there's nothing confirmed at the moment for Reese Robinson. He will need to sit and wait on the result later on when Darius Labanauskas takes on Bo Greaves. But with the performance there of Darius Labanauskas, he is going to be in with a shout. But our attention moves now back to group number 2, where Cam Crabtree needs 1 leg to get through, where he takes on Andreas Harrison.
So backstage at Champions Night of the Modus Super Series, and Andreas Harrison is preparing to make his first appearance of the night on the Super Series stage. Through to Champions Night, the Super Swede, who has been one of the most consistently good players this week, started it in Group A and had the misfortune for the first couple of days of being on the wrong end of loads of 4-3 defeats, but kept himself together, kept the standard of play going, and started to get the victories. And speaking of victories, his opponent, Cam Crabtree, already won emphatically as possible, 4-0 against Conor Heenahan in his opening match tonight, meaning Cam Crabtree needs only one leg from this game to secure his spot in the semi-finals. And good news as well for Bo Greaves fans. The result before the break means that she has now confirmed qualification with a game to spare. But back to Group 2 here. It's Crabtree looking for that one leg, Harrison looking for the win, and I did speak to Andreas earlier tonight. Andreas, congratulations, first of all, on making it through to Champions Night. It's been an interesting week for you, hasn't it? A lot of 4-3 defeats earlier in the week. Just talk us through how you were feeling when things were going against you on Monday and Tuesday.
Absolutely. I think I played really okay Monday to Wednesday. Really didn't get so much with me. And and maybe Thursday, Friday maybe I got a result with me, but it didn't feel the best day. But yeah, I think feels like the toughest week I played so far, with the pressure.
Yeah, and it should be on a Champions Week. But how did you keep positive when you were playing well and not getting results?
I was just thinking, do what you do and try to score the doubles. I only been really disappointed about maybe 1 or 2 matches.
You've done a lot of good things here. You've hit 9 darter, won a couple of times on Saturday nights. How much would it mean for you to be the series champion?
Yeah, it would be a dream come true for me now. It would be fantastic. Really enjoy it.
Yeah, and also for darts in your part of the world as well, in Sweden, we've seen some really good players. Yours seems to be out there at the top at the moment. What would it mean for the impact on darts back home?
Yeah, probably means a lot, I think. I don't know really, but I think the darts getting bigger and bigger in Sweden, so probably can get more players to believe in themselves and try it.
I'm sure they're very proud of you. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
What in the world is going on?
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. And now from Group 2, please welcome Week 12 champion, Cam Shazam Crabtree. And our Week 5 champion, Andreas Dirty Harrison.
I am number 1, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, so Cam Crabtree will know exactly what he needs to do. He's had the perfect start to the night, a little like he did last Saturday. Crabtree produced a fantastic performance in his first match of the night, and then the last match of the night, the one that got him here. Went missing a little bit in the middle, but still managed to get through to the final and went on to win it, of course. One leg for him, and he is through to the semi-finals alongside the already qualified Bo Greaves. As for Andreas Harrison, he will be looking for a victory. This is his first match of the night. He takes on Conor Heenahan in the last game of this group. Crabtree has, produced many, many astronomical averages, including his very first one when he appeared on the Super Series stage as a teenager. And now he's looking to lift the big title. Andreas Harrison, who has won 3 times weekly titles here, can he lift the trophy for Sweden? Time for me then to hand you back to our big match commentary team of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, this is fascinating tie. Just the one leg needed for
Cam. Already know Bo is through. I am so impressed with Andreas. He's a bit of a beast up there when he gets going. And it'd be interesting to see how this one plays out. And despite Cam's 4-0 drubbing of Heenahan, he's taking nothing for granted here, and he
58.
looks equally as switched on in this one.
He's learning all the time, isn't he, Cam Crabtree? He's very new to darts, just sort of picked it up during the lockdown sort of phase, playing darts
100.
online.
And he was averaging like 50 odd then.
Oh yeah, he was terrible, wasn't he, before lockdown?
And then he secured his debut here, and on his debut match, averaged 115.62. So let that be an inspiration to all you players out there. It is possible.
And I thought, like, during that lockdown period, I mean, everyone was throwing 100 averages and 110s and 120s, wasn't they?
No,
but
I don't know what happened at Q Score.
But Crabtree actually brought it out
58.
and started playing to that level out and about. We do have, as always tonight, our interaction going. We're asking you to put your vote in on the YouTube chat.
85.
Who do you think is going to win this game at the moment? That live in-play vote. So still time to register it. Is favouring Andreas Harrison at the moment by 61%.
140.
Crabtree doesn't need to win the game. He just needs a leg and he will be through. And leave it for Andreas Harrison and Conor Heenahan to battle out.
It's an interesting chat this
83.
evening. It's
Can you require 105?
gone from golf to now parking fines and taking on the council. An interesting
57. Andreas, you require
lot you are.
133.
Over 2,400 people in the chat, and I've not seen any darts chat discussed for about 10 minutes.
93.
Well, here's some darts chat for you.
48.
Cam Crabtree might be 2 darts away from qualifying to the semi-finals. Double 16. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through the 4-0 success. And now 1-0 up. He's got 2 points on the board. He's guaranteed a plus leg difference. And that is the magic formula to book your place in. So that's 2 of our 4 players confirmed. We've got Bo Greaves from Group 1. And now Crabtree from Group 2.
Yeah, well, equally had as impressive opening match performances. Bo defeating Rhys Robinson 4-1. Cam taking care of Heenahan 4-0. And incredibly, 60% of the chat, they thought Harrison was going to win this one. Maybe that's why they're talking about the legalities of parking on supposed council land. I'm not sure.
Well, when we look at the dynamics of a night like this here at the Super Series, you've got to remember it's not just the 2 players on stage that are affected. There's always a third party. And right now, if you're Conor Heenahan, you're hoping Crabtree wins this by a distance and just gives you that straight sort of shootout environment with Harrison.
Yep, that will be knockout darts between him and Harrison if that is the case.
60. Andreas, you require 167.
Hi, Chris and Matt. Are you looking forward to Women's Week next week? Yeah, for sure. Some more details about that from myself and Matt and Chris Murphy when we look ahead to next week's our specials week, and it's Women's Week. And the opening match is a special one. Bo Greaves will be facing Fallon Sherritt.
Game shot on the second leg, Andreas Harrison.
Andreas Harrison making sure he doesn't suffer the same fate that Conor Heenahan did in the opening game.
Third leg.
Crabtree loses his first leg of the evening, but it did take a 13 darter there from Harrison. And it's got to be said, on Wednesday, Andreas Harrison's performances are some of the best I've seen across an entire day ever at the Super Series. An average of 98.80, very nearly a 99, with 3 averages over 100.
Consecutively, wasn't it?
It was game 2, 3 and 4.
40.
He was a lot of people's pick, wasn't he, Andreas Harrison, from the second he qualified. And it wasn't just the fact he won that, it was the way he was performing on things like the European Tour, beating Gian van Veen with an average of 100 and having one of my favourite games I've seen on the European Tour this year when he took on Gary Anderson. And
yeah, took him to the wire.
He did take him on, didn't he?
140.
Jonathan Churchhouse. Plug tomorrow. Chris, I've had a couple of tickets with the link on your Facebook. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Yep, I'm taking part in a 12-hour darts marathon tomorrow at the Prince of Wales. All in
93. Andreas, you require 140.
Macmillan Cancer. We have got some wonderful prizes, including a signed board, which I'm looking at from all the players this week.
You prepared really well for it, Chris. All of your 8 minutes practice this week.
Well, I didn't want to tire myself out.
Trouble 20 would have left the ball, but Andreas Harrison
63.
finished that.
Andreas,
when you fall on this with your practice games on the practice boards, you normally curse your luck. That is a treble 7, so it does mean the opportunity is still on. Had it been a single, it would have took the chance away.
59.
Is Bo playing in any PDC events? Yes, she's playing in the Women's Series. She also plays on the Dev Tour.
45. Andreas, you require 60.
20 for tops. For a breaker throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Andreas Harrison.
A few moments ago, Crabtree lost his first leg of the evening. He's now gone behind for the first time this evening.
Game on.
Gray wants to know, hi Chris, how is the comms worked out for Modus? Well, it's availability
100.
and yeah, if you can do the job or not, really.
100.
Is that Moreno Blom?
I like it.
He's got it quick, hasn't he? He was in the European Tour earlier on.
121.
Yeah. He must have a helicopter or something.
$125.
Gemini's undone. Chris, don't concern yourself with the chat. Be grateful people are here, tuned in. Well, no comment. Very good point.
58.
Ben Witz. Because this is MSS, not court TV. I rest my case, Your Honour.
140.
Whoever wins Women's Week, are they through to Champions Week? No, because it's not Series 8. It's a one-off special that we do now after
43.
every Champions Week.
Check 58. Andreas, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth
This is the
leg.
Andreas Harrison of Wednesday, this. A nod of approval and appreciation for the darts that they are seeing here
Fifth
from
leg.
Dirty
It's
Harrison.
Throw first.
This is
Game
just
on.
terrible news, really, for Heenahan, because he could be about to go out.
Andreas, you mentioned those
97.
tremendous averages from this week. Well, he's up round a ton again here. If he averages... Well, if he takes out a 14 darter, it will be yet another average in excess of a ton.
Well, he started it the right way, hasn't he? Filling it up.
108.
Super reply.
Hold on a minute. Oh, that looked inviting, didn't it? Sat on the bottom wire there. Andreas Harrison can stack and build. He does sort of have a dart that he can sort of go above or below the treble, and that'll come down to that real taper in the barrel.
Yeah, they're absolutely neutral, aren't they?
See how it tapers towards the point. Just allows you to get tighter
require
grouping.
125.
Wayward dart there for Crabtree as give Andreas Harrison here an opportunity. It is a big one. But Crabtree just needs to get this down.
49.
Chip away at the
Andreas, you
numbers.
require 161.
Andreas Harrison, these two trebles for a dart at the ball. He's got one. Oh, hold on a minute. What a way this would be to win the match.
126. Cam,
Just
you
looks so
require
likely.
76.
Yeah, when he's on it, he sure does.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Cam Crabtree.
Crabtree not lying down. We know Crabtree's fate, so we know he's through already. But you
Sixth
don't want
leg,
to get
it's
into that
Andreas to
point
throw
where
first.
you do the job, then
Game on.
relax, because you can't come in and out of concentration.
Perfect example of that right there.
$57.
I wish I could lip read, and I wish I could understand Swedish, because I'd love to know what he says to himself when he has one of those kind of turns.
108.
That nod was like, oh, there you go.
I think even if you could lip read, I don't think you got any chance of seeing his lips because it's covered by hair.
137.
You'd have to be able to lip read and have X-ray vision.
Neil Smith says, Chris and Matt, how do you think Cam has gone from averaging 50 in lockdown to being here tonight? I know practice, but obviously, do you think he's a natural talent? Well,
99.
maybe a mix of both. If he was a natural talent, he wouldn't be averaging 50, would he? It's hard work and dedication.
95.
And listening to lots of advice. He's like a sponge, is our Cam.
55.
Every
Andreas,
day's
you
a
require
learning day.
105.
Any
can learn
chance
off
of
anyone.
getting video of closest to ball during the countdowns between games? We only ever have one bull up
85.
here at the
Cam, you
Super
require
Series, and that is
153.
for the final. The rest of them, you earn your right to throw first.
Andreas Harrison could be throwing last.
65.
Double 10 here to get the job
Andreas, you
done.
require 20.
Double 5.
15. Cam, you require
Wow.
88.
Every single leg could be vital for Andreas Harrison.
Sure could.
74.
That would have hurt
Andreas, you
Harrison.
require 5.
He has had a few issues this week with just closing games out at times. Is it going to be another case?
shot and the
Not
match.
so.
Andreas Harrison.
Harrison gets the all-important win and puts it in his hands in terms of qualifying for tonight's semi-finals. Cam, he's already safely through alongside Bo Greaves, but a real high-quality affair there. 93.9 for Cam, 95.58, despite missing 7 darts at a double for Andreas Harrison. 4 180s in there, 3 of them to Andreas. Right, when we return, we go back to Group 1, and it's Labanauskas against Bo Greaves.
It's a capacity crowd at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Many of them have come to see Bo Greaves, and they'll be happy. She is already through. And if her opponent, Darius Labanauskas, in this next game beats her, then he will go through with her. So without further ado, let's get the game on and hand you to our MC, Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here from the Modus Live Lounge. And now from Group 1, please welcome Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas, and Bow and Arrow, Bo Greaves.
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see.
So Bo Greaves going for glory, throwing for glory, and looking to top Group 1. She only needs to get to 3 legs, in fact, to finish in first position. But for Darius Labanauskas, he has got work to do. That comeback win for Rhys Robinson against the Lithuanian lubber means that Labanauskas will need to get the better of Greaves in this one to join her in the semi-finals. We also already know that Cam Crabtree is there. It looks pretty likely that Andreas Harrison will be there too. So a big match, this one. It's do or die for Labanauskas. But the way that Bo Greaves played in her opening match, it is an unenviable task. Guiding you through the action, once again, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Chris. Well, this is quite simple. The permutations here, Matt. Bo wins. She takes Rhys Robinson through with her. Darius wins. He goes through with Bo Greaves.
Well, you say it's a simple equation. It's not really a simple equation for Darius Labanauskas because he's somehow got to find a way past the juggernaut of Bo Greaves, who averaged 104.36 in her opening game and kicked off the night with a max.
It's Darius to throw first.
12 points higher, and that's what they're playing for. Well, their name on it, and £25,000. So what we know is 82. That Darius is probably going to have to raise his game a little bit, and he's going to have to hope that Bo doesn't produce the level she did in her opening match.
100.
Are you a check or trophy man, Chris?
Can't spend trophies, pal. Can't eat them. Can't drive them. Can't pay the bills with them.
139.
We could pay a lot of bills with what they're playing for tonight. The winner will be taking a Super Series record payout of £25,000. They'll be the first winner of a £25,000 cheque here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I can afford to change the discs and pads
60.
all round on the Bentley, 4 new tyres, and have it serviced.
$59.
It has been a long wait for Bo, hasn't it? And I do find that sometimes can be one of the tricky parts of the Group A winner, because they get that first game and then you go and wait till game number 5.
Well, the beauty of playing first,
43.
you know exactly what time you're on. I used to find in the TV events, I didn't like going on first in the afternoon, but I didn't mind first of the night because you knew pretty much
57.
within a few minutes that was when you're on. When you're on third or fourth, you don't know how long the games are going to last. So you never know when you could be on quicker, you could be on later.
Yep, been caught out by that many occasions where you think you've got a bit longer and the game before you goes quick. And
99.
you're 15 minutes, half hour early.
Yeah. And then someone just comes and taps you on the shoulder. Right, you're on in 10. What?
140. Darius, you require 78.
Ooh, a wayward one for Labanauskas means he now needs a treble. Single is not enough to get him to double.
38.
Bo Greaves, a chance to break the throw. With that 6 visit range.
37. Darius, you require 40.
For the majority of this leg, a unlikely looking hold of throw. You see more of that efficiency.
Shot on the first leg,
sure are.
Darius Labanowski.
1-0.
Second leg, it's Bo to throw first. Game on.
Another max.
Well, that's her third of the night already, and it was something we picked up on earlier in the week from her qualifying campaign as well, when she was, for that week,
97.
0.36 180s per leg. This week she'd been 0.35 180s per leg. That would put her top 5 in the world 180 hitters.
100.
Yep. Just for clarity, that's not an opinion. We have that data available to us where we can see the numbers from
140.
Well, it's more than 128 because we've had the reserve lists playing, but yeah, that's all tour card holders.
96.
So, Bo
100.
wants
Bo, you require 125.
25. Should go ball. And does. Trouble 20 for tops. Ooh, just straight left.
55. Darius, you require 164.
Is the more popular route these days on 164, isn't it? You have 2 darts at the same target.
Yep, totally get it. Now that they're the size of a
Bo,
bucket.
you require 70.
Double 8s.
54.
Wow.
Darius, you require 108.
Labanauskas. Break opportunity. He'll start on the 19s again here. This time finds the treble, just a single. Gives him double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski.
Well, Matt, I doff my cap to you. You
Third leg, it's Darius to
did
throw
say
first.
at the top of the show when we were
Game on.
doing the build-up to tonight's action with Chris Murphy that felt that Darius was the type of player that maybe could cause an upset against Bo.
Never write off Darius Labanauskas.
140. $43.
It is a very dangerous game to play. Played that game and lost it a few times, as people love to remind me on a regular basis.
140.
Maybe it's
100.
karma. Maybe they
100.
mention that as many times as you mentioned Gary Anderson and the 170. I don't know, just putting it out there.
I misheard you there. I thought you said Korma and I got excited.
60.
That's a Indian pudding, isn't it?
Well, the darts that Darius has
80.
thrown here has kind of rendered
Darius,
Bo
you require
irrelevant in this leg, and that bounce out
161.
was just further compounding the misery here for Reese Robinson, who would have been sat backstage, the #1 subscriber to the Bo Grease fan club.
93. $81. Darius, you require 68.
All a bit too comfortable at the moment for Darius. Double 4.
Game
And he is a leg away from booking himself a place in the semi-final, eliminating Reece Robinson.
Yeah, the crowd
Four
are
flag.
stunned.
It's Bo to throw first. Game on. $123.
Wow. Super close to max number 2.
$140.
That's a fourth 140 to just 1 for Bo. Make that 2, of course.
140.
He's going to fight this to the very end, but it's quite a challenge to try and turn this deficit around against someone as solid and consistent as Lucky D.
41.
But we know Bo can reel legs off in 12, 13.
Yeah, just when you think you're home and hosed, you look up and find yourself at 3-3. Bo is down to 153. Only 3 big trebles will be suffice.
140. Bo, you require 153. $100.
Great pressure.
118. Bo, you require 53. Game start on the 4 flag. Bo Green.
Is that the indication of a fight back?
5th flag.
Or
It's
is
Darius to
that
throw
just
first.
a
Game on.
consolation leg? For me, I think somebody like Bo relishes this little. She knows she's through. It's fairly immaterial, the result here.
80.
I think she'll be thinking to herself, you know what? Let's just have a little push here and see if I can get it back.
43.
Well, there's questions on what it might be. I can tell you what it is. It's hope for Reece Robinson, who needs Bo Greaves to completely turn this game around and get the victory, or Reece Robinson would be eliminated.
95.
It won't be like in the early exchanges here. Darius Labanauskas throwing first. Meaning Bo, you feel, is going to need to get a max in this leg to get herself an opportunity.
Yeah, he will be thinking to himself, come on, find a 15. And if Bo finds a 12, you say fair enough and fair play. Acknowledging his own skill there with a nod.
And it looks like time is running out here for Reece Robinson and for Bo Greaves in this game. If Bo Greaves did get to 3 legs, should be guaranteed to win the group. But right now, it could be going the way of Darius. A shake of the head for Bo Greaves. She knows she's allowed Darius to play this one at cruise control, an average of nearly a ton. And he's 1 dart away from being in the semi-finals.
100. Darius, you require 16.
According to the chat,
Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a 9 as Darius Labanauskas produces a full 1 win over this night's favourite, Bo Greaves. He secures his spot into the semi-finals alongside Bo. 97-72, very tidy, 180 apiece. Super efficient, as always, on the outer ring. 4 from 6. When we come back, it's another shootout between Harrison and Heenahan.
hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to Champions Night, where we now know 3 of the 4 semi-finalists here at the Super Series 7, and we are not just a match away, maybe a leg away of knowing who the final one is. Conor Heenahan in this final group game needs to win 4-0 against Andreas Harrison. If the Swede picks up just one single leg, then he will complete the final 4. So without further ado, we will get the players on stage, and to do that is our Master of Ceremonies, Paul Starr.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. And now from Group 2, please welcome Andreas Dirty Harrison and Hino Conor Heenahan.
I am number one, not number 2. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition, I've been running.
Well, he's got a few fans in the audience, Conor Heenahan, but he has got a mountain to climb here after that disappointing defeat for the Irishman, going down 4-0 to Cam Crabtree in the second group game tonight. Now he needs that margin of victory himself. Andreas Harrison, he just needs a single leg to confirm his qualification alongside Crabtree, Bo Greaves and Darius Labanauskas through. Rhys Robinson will not be in the semi-finals. It's unlikely that Heenahan will be as well, but it would be some story if he was. And narrating this one for you, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, by our reckoning, he's got to win 4-0, Heenahan, hasn't he?
He has, and this is where we're saying that first game and that first exchange that it is absolutely vital that you get something on the board. Even a leg would have just given him a much bigger opportunity here, but the key thing to remember is right now he's got an opportunity, and we know he's got the quality to reel off the legs. He's going to need to do so, and who knows in this sort of scenario which way the tide's going to turn.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on!
But he does need to dig very deep here. Does Conor Heenahan. find his very best.
But that may not even be enough unless it's his absolute optimum level.
Well, this is his best, isn't it, Conor Heenan? It's the best you can do on a dartboard. What a start for Conor Heenan, who is severely under the pump here. He averaged just 75. Didn't even go a dart at a double in his opening game. So it's going to be some turnaround. Possibly one of the biggest turnarounds we've ever seen on a finals night.
Well, he'll probably feel deep down
46.
that his race is run, and what that can do is allow you to play with an element of freedom.
100.
Be nice and relaxed because he feels like there's nothing to play for. The only time he'll feel the nerves, if he's aware of what he needs to do, is when he gets to 3-0, if he gets to 3-0.
I think he's gone the opposite way. I think he's gone tunnel visioned here.
60.
Because he knows he can't make no mistakes. He's got no lives, no opportunities. It's all or nothing. Every single leg here for Conor Heenan. It's his first start at a double so far tonight, but this would be a very, very painful way for his campaign to end. Needs to break Andreas Harrison twice.
Conor, you require 8.
He's one dart away from doing the first part of that task.
On the first leg,
And doing it in some style. He's got some support in here tonight.
Second leg, it's Conor to throw
13
first.
dart breaker
Game
throw. A quarter of what he needs to do has been achieved.
He's got some support out there in the crowd giving him the vocal support, and he's got a little bit of support in regards to the vote that has just concluded on the YouTube channel. 22% of our viewers that are tuning in this evening, playing along with the votes, believe that Conor Heenan can get the job done. He doesn't just need to get the job done, he needs to be Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, we know 3 of our semi-finalists, Bo Greaves and dangerous Darius Labanauskas, Cam Crabtree from this group. And we await our 4th semi-finalist. If you're just joining us, Conor has to win 4-0.
$91. $137.
Oh, he's making a very good fight of this, Conor Heenan.
$134. Conor, you require 51.
Double 10 to double his lead.
Getting shot on the second leg, Conor Heenan.
Halfway there. 2 down. Needs 2 more.
Third leg, it's Andreas
Cannot afford
Game on.
to drop a leg.
I was just having a look at the Conor Heenan section whilst he was retrieving his darts there, and there was tapping each other, there was murmuring. It's as if to say they're starting to believe.
$97.
Look at that in regards to the averages. He averaged 75.25 in his opening game.
91.
As it stands, he has put 31 points on his running average.
And that's why we worry about the range. I can assure you he'd rather get rid of the 75 and the 106 and be somewhere in the middle around 93, 94. When you've got that in the locker, the 75, it leaves you vulnerable, as we have already seen with that 4-0 defeat at the hands of Cam Crabtree.
140. Andreas, you require 170.
But this is 6 darts now from Andreas Harrison.
sometimes when you want a little bit of work, when you just need one leg, it can be harder than it originally seems, because you're not playing the game as if to try and win it, and the first thing is just get that leg on the board, and ultimately you just overthink the situation.
I had it on a Friday where I just needed to win one game of 5, I think, and well, winning that one game took me a long time, and that clenched fist confirms Dirty Harry, Andreas Harrison, a place in the semi-final.
But at that point, we've just got to take our hat off and say what a valiant effort that was there from Conor Heenahan. He was sat on 78 to try and get that second breaker throw in which he needs, averaging 106. He certainly got up there and put it to Andreas Harrison, but ultimately the challenge was just too big in regards to getting his place into the semi-finals, and that is what we say every single week. The opening game, you lose it heavy, there's pretty much no way back.
No, puts you in a world of trouble.
100.
And that'll be
57.
What he'll be thinking about. He won't be thinking about this game. He won't be thinking about the 96 checkout there from Harrison. What he'll be sort of looking back and reflecting on is the fact he couldn't take one leg from Crabtree, because that one leg would just give him more possibilities.
Yeah. Well, he'll be pondering why did he
96. Andreas, you require
not perform
161.
to the level we expect. I mean, I know it was a solid performance from Cam, but this is night and day in terms of that, isn't it? It's currently about 30 points difference.
45. Andreas, you require 40. Game shot on the 4th flag. Andreas
14
Harrison.
darter from Harrison, starting to stamp his authority on this tie.
5th flag.
Back
It's
on
Andreas
throw.
to throw first. Game on. $100. $90.
He's a player we'll see on a regular basis, as we have for
100.
since the inception, really, of the Super Series. Conor Heenahan, one of the players that sort of blossom in this system. And
44.
got to be said, you'd just love to see him take the game that he plays here at the Super Series out onto those various tours.
Yeah, agreed. It's only a matter of time, I think.
140.
Learning and gaining
100.
experience all the time
Andreas, you
is
require
Conor Heenahan.
161. $81. $100. Andreas, you require 80.
For Andreas to be in front for the first time. He doesn't have to worry about blocking the dart out. As you can see from that
40.
angle, his darts sit
Connor, you require 167.
just below horizontal to the floor.
$64.
Just
Andreas,
feels
you
like
require
the
40.
focus, the energy, the determination just got sucked out of Conor Heenahan the second Andreas Harrison took out that 96.
Yeah, he knew
20.
his race was
Connor,
run.
you require 103. $55.
About to start on the Euro
Andreas,
Tour, a
you
bit of
require
a
20.
Super Series blast from the past as Dom Taylor faces Gian Van Veen.
No score. Connor, you require 48.
He'd still like to end with a win, though, would Conor Heenahan.
Always want to sign out on a high where you can.
16. Andreas, you require 20.
But even just the way he's starting to walk around, the body language, just one of a man that knows the situation.
Yeah, I spoke to Conor
On the fifth leg,
yesterday, and
Andreas Harrison.
he was here to win it. It really felt like he was in with a
Sixth
big
leg,
shout.
it's Connor to throw first. 81.
The two players we are losing at the
91.
group stage will be Conor Heenahan and Reece Robinson, who went out of Group 1. We'll let you know the breakdown of who's going to be playing who in the semi-finals. The conclusion of this match.
Well, it's a little similar to Conor walking into Cam Crabtree, a bit like
100.
it was for Reece walking into a hard-hitting Bo Greaves.
Yeah, we started the night with a bang, didn't we?
60.
Yeah, 104.36 the average for Bo. Some lovely finishing in there as well. None more so than the 81 to win it on the ball. Just echoes what you always say, Matt.
100.
You've got to get out the blocks in these opening matches here.
$60. $75. $140.
Well,
Conor, you require 125.
Conor can't take this out. He'll be on Skid Row.
57. Andreas, you require 50.
This for the match. Always gone straight for the ball.
Game shot and the
Well,
match.
he gets the
Andreas
job done
Harrison.
in the end. A disappointing end to his campaign for Conor Heenahan. Andreas Harrison confirms our fourth player into the semi-finals. 86.29 in the end, the average for Andreas. 87.93 for Heenahan, who had a couple of 180s himself. 4 from 14 on the doubles in the end, enough for Harrison. So we know it's Bo Greaves and Labanauskas from Group 1 and Cam Crabtree and Andreas Harrison from Group 2. We will be looking over all those semi-finals with Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Welcome back. Mr. Edgar has joined me for a chat at what we've seen so far. It's looked like it was going to be pretty straightforward earlier on, but there were a few little twists in the tail in between.
Yeah, it was always going to lose someone quite special in the early stages of that, and we've lost Reece Robinson, who I thought could go on and win this one. And Conor Heenahan put a real good battle in there to really dig deep, and the damage was done early on, and we talk about this all the time. You've got to just get at least a leg in that opening game to really give yourself some form of hope. And the task was just a little bit too big for him in the end. He's left the stage a little bit dejected, but he'll be back, and I'm sure he'll be in another Champions Week in the future.
Yeah, you say the damage was done for a couple of players. The job was done for a couple effectively as well. Beau Greaves being one of them. What a performance she produced in the very first match of the night.
It was the first 3 darts, wasn't it, for Beau Greaves, the 180. That just settles you in, and it just reminds you of the quality that Beau Greaves has got. Because you look at Beau, 20 years old, she's playing in her first ever Champions Week up there on that stage. She knows that she's the favourite. She knows that all the expectation really is on her shoulders. And you think, how's she going to handle that? And when you hit a 180 with the first 3, that'll just settle her into the task straight away. So from the very first dart tonight has been really good. The last game wasn't quite at that same, but we can forgive her for that. The focus levels probably wasn't quite the same. She knew she was through, and ultimately that's what you need. Just need to get into that qualifying position. I think we see Beau go back to what we saw in game number 1.
Well, let's stay with that group. Labanauskas then had to beat Beau Greaves to go through with her, and he did it emphatically, didn't he?
Oh, he did it at canter, really. Yeah. Darius Labanauskas is a very solid, very consistent, certainly around that sort of 90 to mid-90 range, and he just put a little bit more on top of that in that game with Beau. Very functional, as I always say. That's one thing that really describes Darius. You give him an opportunity, he tends to take it. And wow, what a performance. That is the Darius Labanauskas that reached the quarterfinal of the World Championship. We know he's got it in the locker. And I think, have we slept on Darius Labanauskas a little bit? You know, we've been drawing our eye to those flamboyant performances that people have been putting in through the week, like Beau, Andreas and Reece. But Darius Labanauskas is the sort of guy that can come under the radar and pick up this title.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of what he did on the week that he won as well. Cam Crabtree, fantastic display in his opening match. Quite the start like he had last week when he qualified for Champions Week. So, again, job done pretty much straight away.
Yeah, and that will give him some confidence and belief. I mentioned in the interview that he did with yourself at the start of the show that there was a lot of we'll see how it goes, we'll hope. It didn't seem to be the Cam Crabtree that sort of struts around this venue and has the confidence. He's a very confident young man, and I like that about him. He's very self-assured. But that interview, I didn't get that vibe from him, and I was a little bit concerned at going into that. He won 4-0. So I was like, oh, fantastic. Wasn't quite able to follow that up, but again, he's one of these people that can sort of dip in and out of concentration. He's one of those rare players that know the moment and know when it is the time to produce his best, and that time is now.
And Andreas Harrison, the other semi-finalist, that's no surprise to anyone who watches the Super Series regularly, is it?
Absolutely not. We've been talking all series. Every time that questions come up, who do you think is going to win? I think everyone who sat in this chair has said you can't look any further than Andreas Harrison. And then when it's come to the week, myself and Mace have sort of had our heads turned by flamboyancy and different results and different players, but ultimately we should maybe have stuck with backing Andreas Harrison because he's now in the semi-final. He's 2 games away, and this would be a significant win for him, but not just for him, but also darts in Sweden, which is really blossoming at the moment. When you look at players over there and sort of what they're doing, Jeffrey de Graaf now sort of flying the flag. We've got Oscar Lukasiak doing very well. Edwin Thorbertson. There's some really good players coming through over Sweden. It's a really developing nation. Somewhere I've spent a little bit of time in and around their systems. They're getting a lot right, and I'm not surprised to see them really coming through now.
Yeah, he's one of a couple of Swedish winners here as well with Anton Östlund. Let's just take a recap of the results and a look ahead at what's still to come this evening. So Beau Greaves and Darius Labanauskas with a winner piece going through. Reece Robinson tried to bounce back from that defeat in Group 1, but Labanauskas in the end got the job done. Group 2, Crabtree winning 4-0. The job was done for him there. And Conor Heenan, well, he needed to win 4-0. He ended up losing 4-2 to Harrison. So that means the semi-finals are Darius Labanauskas versus Cam Crabtree and Andreas Harrison versus Beau Greaves. The last little line there is the final. Matt, who are you expecting to see in it?
I think these games have kind of worked out how the players probably wouldn't have wanted them in regards to the formulas that are behind it. Not just the talent of the players, but the pace of the players, the way they move around. These all are factors. That's why sometimes you can have a better head-to-head record against someone you think is a better player than you. And it's just they don't like playing you. They don't like playing the pace. They don't like playing the mannerisms, because sometimes things can just make you a little bit uneasy up there. And I think that's maybe what we're going to get in this. But on the evidence of what we've seen so far, I would not be surprised to see Darius Labanauskas versus Bo Greaves.
But we'll have a bit more of a chat about that in a moment. But first, we're going to break away and take a look at next week. And Bo Greaves is going to feature in that as well. This is the group breakdown for next week at the Super Series. It stands outside of the series. It's a special week, and it is Women's Week. And the first match, Monday morning, Fallon Sherrock will play Bo Greaves. So even if she is champion at the end of tonight, then that is going to be a back down to the day job, really, isn't it?
Back to the grind straight away. You don't get time in this sport to enjoy a win. You've got your next tournament coming up, which Phil Taylor often talked about in his prime. The second you win one, it's about getting ready for the next. And that's going to be a really interesting week, because what I see there is opportunity. Opportunity for all these players. A lot of them we know from the women's series and the various tours in which they play, but this is an opportunity for them now to be highlighted, to be the focal point. And the opportunities that are coming up in ladies' games now and things like the women's match play that's on the horizon, there's some real chance here for them to really stand up and show what they're capable of doing.
Right, let's move back to tonight and talk about the next match. Labanauskas playing Cam Crabtree. Where is this game going to be won and lost?
I think it's going to come down to those low combination shots. This is going to come down to a 64, a 72, a 68, that sort of finish. We often think that you need something big and flamboyant, a 160 or a 170 to separate the pair. But this one, they're going to match each other on the scoring phase, and there'll be one dart in hand at the end of one of those low combinations that's going to separate the pair.
I don't know if this is the right person to ask this question, but what advice would you give to Cam Crabtree playing Darius Labanauskas?
I don't know how to beat him. I really don't. So as far as I would be, I'd say ask somebody else. That would be my best advice.
I'll try and get Mason in a moment for that one. The second semi, then, Bo Greaves was the favourite before a dart was thrown, not just tonight, this week, but Andreas Harrison was the second favourite. So this kind of was a lot of people's finals. Is the winner going to come from that one?
Well, Andreas Harrison had been the favourite really until Bo Greaves had qualified, and until she did in the style of which she did. We know what he's capable of. I keep going back to that game with Gary Anderson. Yes, he lost it 6-5, but Gary Anderson right now statistically is the best player in the world, and Andreas Harrison had him. And it wasn't a below par Gary Anderson. It was a Gary Anderson at the top of his game. So even if Bo comes out here and plays her very best, we know Andreas Harrison can live with her. I think that one could be a Super Series classic that we clip up and it goes out on the YouTube channel for years.
Well, I'll let you go and enjoy it. It's time to get these semi-finals underway. So without further ado, here we go.
Smith, is it a 9?
Double 16. He gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's a semi-final stage on Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, and we're ready, and the players are ready. So please welcome Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas! And please welcome Cam Shazam Crabtree!
And then there were 144 spaces at the Super Series in every series, but now it is down to this quality quartet. Darius Labanauskas and Cam Crabtree, the first two on the stage. And it is a chance for them to get to the big money match. Don't forget, £25,000 is a record prize here at the Super Series on Champions Week. And they are within touching distance, 2 games away from pocketing it. I will hand you back to our comms team, Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, Matt, you were asked the question, how do you beat him? And, well, I think all quick players are going to struggle against him, and I put you in that category. But although the time used to actually deliver the 3 darts isn't slow from Cam, in his preparation he always goes through that routine of leaning forward, leaning back up, or standing up slightly when he finds his position, and then he releases the dart. So I'm not sure the pace of this one he will find particularly difficult.
No, there it is, that little set position there before throwing the darts. He also likes to have a few phantom throws at the back of the stage as well. So
Darius to throw first.
And he likes to keep the arm loose, doesn't he?
Let's stay moving, let's stay active. And that's part of the thing, isn't it? If you can keep that conscious mind active, the subconscious isn't going to kick in and give you all those different
85.
uncontrollable thoughts.
And he's had success against Darius this week. They, of course, clashed in Group B. And on Thursday night, Cam got the better of him 4-1 with a 92 average. On Friday night, roles reversed, and it was Darius winning 4-1 with an 87.4 and a bit of a below par performance from Cam. And those below par performance, which is why we were a little bit unsure or uncertain
60.
of his chances of winning tonight, but credit where it's due, he's come out a different player this evening, and he certainly did in his opening match, where he brushed aside Conor Heenahan 4-0,
43,
95.43 average, and a ton plus out, and 4 from 7 on the doubles.
But we know that up there on finals night on Champions Week has no sort of mirror and no sort of relation to what it's like on a Thursday evening or a Friday evening.
No, this is elimination darts, knockout darts.
And the experience is with Labanauskas. Crabtree not been playing darts long, and Labanauskas has been playing in World Championships, World Grand Prix, UK
I think he's
Open.
had a tour card longer than Cam's been playing.
Exactly that. But he is challenging the Labanauskas throw here early. He will get a shot at the 65 because Labanauskas left back on a non-finish.
140. Cam, you require 65.
25 for tops. Gets it. 15 dart breaker throw.
Second leg.
Heenahan there, staying on.
Game on.
Always good to see that.
Well, it's always nice to be
81.
in the live lounge on a night like this where
history's going to be made.
Exactly. That trophy, very rare in terms of getting your name on it.
And our
131.
biggest ever first prize of £25,000 and a place in Super Series Folklore.
80.
We have got votes up and running throughout the evening. Please do get involved with those. At the moment, 59% of people think Labanauskas is going to get the victory over Crabtree. Well, he's going to have to get that breaker throw back somewhere.
97. 95.
Third maximum of the night for Crabtree. He's hit one in every game so far. And that one a good one to drive home the advantage of throw. Get himself first to the finish, but did I say to Murph in the break there, said these are the sort of shots that's going to separate the game, those low combinations.
Yeah, I was nodding in total agreement because those little combination clutch finishes will pay
Third
huge
leg, it's
dividends.
Darius to throw first.
It's the moment. Yes, the big flamboyant number ones are great, but it's that one dart in hand at the end of it. Yes, it's two singles rather than two trebles, but it's still just one dart in hand at the double, and that's what Crabtree found there for the 63 to limit Labanauskas to not getting an opportunity.
Well, it's back to back 15 darters for Cam Crabtree, and prior to that opening 59 in leg 3, he was averaging 100.2 to Labanauskas 97.9.
98. $92. $96. $97.
There is, of course, that
Darius, you require 167.
slight danger, front running. Something you got to learn, isn't it, in these sort of situations, because you go from being in a battle to when you've got that breaker throw in this short format game, you then kind of feel you've got something to lose.
131.
Yep, it's a fine art controlling a lead.
58.
Something
Darius, you require 36.
Raymond van Barneveld was very good at. Not necessarily the best at chasing down a deficit, but if he had you under it, he kept you under it.
Game shot on the third leg, Darius Labanauskas.
Well, we've had three legs played.
It's Cam to throw first.
All completed
Game on.
in 5 visits. 3 consecutive 15 darters, but Cam
100.
is in the driving seat as he has got an all-important break of throw.
$123.
Just starting to go through the gears here, Labanauskas.
$95.
Just starting to find with that first dart as well, isn't he? And that builds and grows the confidence.
100.
It settles you into the shot. Gives you something to follow as well, and we know Labanauskas can stack.
99.
Needed a second treble 20 to leave a finish, but he has a 71-point lead minus these. Labanauskas is going to need 2 trebles. That's not going to happen, so Crabtree with a
94.
little bit of breathing room.
$59.
Well, that's left Crabtree with quite a bit of work to do. If Darius can find a couple of trebles here.
60.
Yeah, again,
Cam, you require
seeing
148.
Cam Crabtree. Just try and keep that arm loose. Needed to follow
100.
So,
Darius, you
for
require
a level game and a break back,
124.
Darius needs 124. And he has been, if he gets an opportunity at the ball, very good on it this week. Treble 18 will give him a dart at that ball.
92.
Big moment in this game for Crabtree.
48.
Yeah, this is huge. And like you say, it's not necessarily the big finishes, it's these little ones.
16.
The danger is normally when you give Darius a chance like this, he
32.
takes it.
Mops it up, doesn't he?
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowska. Fifth flag. It's Darius to throw first. Game on.
Now, there could be the very key exchange in this match.
Well, over the course of a couple of legs, Matt, Cam Crabtree has taken 12 off his average.
100.
Whilst Labanauskas has been one paced, but that one pace is very good. 95 and change.
Which is where he's been
60.
for the entire evening so far.
Yep, that's his running numbers for tonight.
That is consistency at the very, very top table.
$100. $140. $140.
All business face, isn't it? Steely-eyed.
Well, we know. They both know.
Darius, you
Any
require
mistakes from here on in
161.
will be catastrophic. Ball for a blinder.
136. Cam, you
Very
require
fine effort there
161.
from Labanauskas. It's the same equation for Crabtree. With the same route, but it'll be the same result.
82. Darius, you require 25.
Took a horrible deflection, dart 3. But this is typically Labanauskas if it goes in. Ooh.
9.
Wow.
Cam, you
A
require
rare
79.
mistake.
And again, it all comes down to these low combination shots. The one dart hand in
59.
one hand. The
Darius,
double
you require 16.
doesn't go on this occasion. Pulls it low.
Well, it doesn't usually need a second bite, but he's got one here. Is pressure playing
12.
its part? Oh, there's your answer.
Cam, you require 20.
Rare misses from Labanauskas. Crabtree could punish. This is for a breaker throw.
Yeah, and he'll have the darts to win it. 4-2 if he can take out the 20.
Just taking his time, trying to make sure he's set and settled.
On the fifth leg, Cam
And
Crabtree.
retakes the lead. He'd have felt when he lost that 2-0 lead that Labanauskas was going to kick on. He wasn't
Sixth
able to hit
flag,
the
it's Cam
double.
to throw first.
And now Labanauskas needs an
Game
almighty
on.
leg, or Crabtree will be the first man into the final.
$60.
You see the phantom darts in the back there for Crabtree. He's been doing that all week, something he's
60.
clearly adopting into his game.
Yeah, just allows him to stay loose.
140.
Action, as you can see, he's just trying to replicate it. It is one motion, isn't it?
60.
There's no pulse point. He literally gets himself set and one motion.
120.
The bounce out means he's not on a finish, but Labanauskas has been left a long way back.
Yeah, needs a biggie and then hope.
It's just out of his hands, isn't it? Now it's all about Crabtree.
His to lose from here.
131.
He'll just be wanting one treble here, and he gets it with the opener.
81.
He rounds it off nicely.
Yeah, that'll do in the end. Leaves a two-darter.
100 points away from the final, from the jackpot game.
60.
And he's got 6 darts to
Can
do
you
it.
require 100? $80.
We'll be back.
This is hit and hope territory for Labanauskas. He's doing his part, he's doing the hitting. We expect to see Crabtree take his time, take the process. This is the biggest moment so far in his darting career, a chance to reach the final of the Modus Super Series.
Only needs the one, and there you can see what it means to Cam Crabtree. Been a great week for Darius Labanauskas, but it ends at the hands of Cam Crabtree. 4 legs to 2, and Cam takes his place in the final. 90.63 the average for Darius. 89.65 in the end after a few missed darts at doubles for Cam Crabtree. Only the 180 in that semi-final, and it went to Cam Crabtree. As I said, a few missed darts at doubles, 4 from 11. When we come back after a very short break, semi-final number 2, Andreas Harrison takes on Bo Greaves.
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, where the first finalist has just been confirmed. Cam Crabtree is through after that 4-2 victory over Darius Labanauskas. Crabtree coming through Group 2 with Andreas Harrison, and he will play in the second semi-final against Bo Greaves. Now, this pair were the top 2 favourites to win Champions Week before a dart was thrown. Many people thought this might be the final, but it is a semi-final showdown for the Swede and the leading lady in world darts. Which one of them will join Crabtree in the big money match for £25,000? It's time to find out.
He gets the job done in the end. Finish. A 12 dart leg.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. But it's time for our second semi-final. So please welcome Andreas Dirty Harrison. And of course, bow and arrow, Bo Greaves!
Here we go then, the second semi-final between two players who were much fancied to win this week. Is Bo Greaves going to make history and become the first woman to win a Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series, or will it be success for the Swedish star Andreas Harrison? The pair did meet 3 times early this week in Group A, and every single one of the meetings actually went down to last leg deciders. It was the first match of Champions Week, Greaves getting the better of Harrison 4-3, a scoreline that he has become accustomed to this week, but he did get his revenge on Wednesday after a couple of defeats. They were league stages, they were when they had more time. This is it. This for a chance to join Cam Crabtree in the final and the opportunity to become a Modus Super Series champion. And guiding you through the second semi, it's back to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Chris. Well, me and Matt have got nothing to say now for the next 5 minutes. That's about it. Chris Murphy totally covering every angle. It has been
first
a
leg,
tight affair.
Andreas to throw
Bo winning
first.
2 of their 3 meetings. Aggregate score, Matt, is interesting reading.
11-10 in favour of Bo Greaves, which tells you it's been a tight battle all the way through, which maybe, with the evidence of what we've seen so far this week, the advantage of throw could become a real big factor, which
60.
Andreas Harrison gets because he won his group and Bo Greaves finished runner-up.
Yep, that is how it is determined, if you didn't know that.
95.
Winner of Group 1 plays the runner-up of Group 2. Runner-up of Group 1 plays the winner of the other group.
60. 55.
At the start, the Bo Greaves had to begin the night. Open with a max.
The ultimate start to your campaign.
120.
Horrible deflection, that. 50 in front, Andreas, plus these. Ooh. 9 19s would have left tops.
97. 49. Andreas, you require 114.
Slow start for Bo.
Someone asking if Luke Littler is playing in this. Unfortunately, failed to qualify. He was off doing
22.
something else somewhere, I think. I'm not quite sure. Maybe if he ups his game, he might get an invite back, Matt.
60.
Name is on the trophy.
Andreas, you require
Twice.
92.
He's the only player who won a series and then actually even qualified for the following Champions Night. We normally see
52.
people win a series and
Bo, you
then
require
fail to even have the
152.
opportunity to defend it.
Yep. Yeah, winning it once is
100.
one thing, that coming
Andreas, you
back and
require
then
40.
winning your qualifying and we can win it again is remarkable. We thought he was going to win it for a third time, didn't we?
20. Bo, you require 52.
I've just had it confirmed that. Just wait for that to
So
go
the
in.
first leg, Bo Green.
Yeah, no Champions Week winner has backed it up by reaching Champions Week
Second
in the next
leg,
series.
it's Bo to throw first.
It's a remarkable stat,
Game
with the
on.
exclusion, of course, of Luke Littler.
Andreas Harrison's got a lot to ponder here because that was 7 visits to the board for Andreas Harrison with
60.
the darts. You don't expect that Bo Graves is going to stay down at this low level at the moment, and you've got to take advantage.
100. $60.
Andreas having a good old mumble to himself.
$140.
This is better. He did miss 3 darts at a double to hold in leg 1.
81. $135.
Nothing going for Bo here. And where Andreas Harrison made mistakes to allow Bo in,
81.
I believe
Andreas, you
this time
require
he may have a little more
126.
sizable gap in the scoreboard, despite the fact Bo thrown first in the leg. He is a dart of the ball if he wants it. He's gone for it.
91.
I'm not sure about that.
Not in this situation.
No. He's trying to blow his own trumpet.
96. Andreas, you require 35.
Double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Andreas Harrison.
Sorts out that breaker throw, and you can see the concern there on the Bo Greaves table.
Third leg,
We
it's
know that
Andreas
she's
to
not
throw
quite
first.
at it at the minute.
Game on.
Not firing right now, but that can turn on a sixpence.
84.
The problem is we also know what Andreas Harrison is capable of. Bo will be very well aware of his capabilities after sharing a group with him for 3 days
60.
on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday this week.
She, of course, is the only player not to have played across Thursday and Friday
140.
after winning Group A. We had this conversation and you had mixed feelings. I mean, we know in Champion Week it's imperative to qualify at the first opportunity, but
140.
we questioned whether it's beneficial if you don't sort of tick over with your game on those down days.
81. $58.
Just looking across Bo's week so far, this is significantly
108.
the worst performance we have seen statistically.
Yes, by some margin. I wouldn't be hitting the panic button quite yet.
137.
Oh, absolutely
Andreas,
not.
you
She's
require
got a lot
16.
of quality in the locker that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. A 13 darter there, just to get a bit of authority on the game.
Fourth leg, it's Bo to throw first. Game on. $100. $81. $140.
Just sort of looking around the room, and I think the only way to describe it right now is just tension.
Yeah.
And it's transmitting, and that's the thing that having an audience does as well. That it's not just positive energy, it's also nervous energy that can transmit itself onto the stage.
Yeah, it's that risk of having family and friends. You
100.
You get that feed off them, don't you? Sometimes when it's positive, and then other times of that where they're uncertain or they're fearing the worst, they again transmit that energy.
And they can't control the situation, so they feel the nerves more than you do as a player.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Acknowledged by Andreas. Still does have that advantage of throw. I did say that she got that much quality. She can find a way.
Every single person in the audience appreciated that one, and that was that roar, that cheer, that was a relief as well, because that could be the thing that sparks Bo Greaves into this semi-final, and she is up and running now.
I just think she needed something like that, just to, I'm not sure, to settle the nerves, but just give her some belief and a bit of fire.
Absolutely. She doesn't have long left in this game to get that lead off of Andreas Harrison, to get that breaker throw.
60.
Andreas beginning to feel the pressure being applied.
80.
That's a big, big dart. Oh, only 65 adrift, minus these. 140, and she will be first to a finish.
140.
Oh, she's left the 161 again. Here's a finish she took out in the last leg. And that was for the second time of the week. She hit a 161 in her Group A campaign.
Well, you require 161.
In the early stages in this match, after a couple of legs, she was languishing down at around a mid-70s average.
77. Andreas, you require 136.
Spun that into nearly a 93. Oh, another one. Oh, he's, well, I'm amazed, because that dart to us from our angle looked
84.
perfect to follow.
This an opportunity, though, for Bo Greaves to break the throw. One more dart, double 12. Oh, and that is a long way out.
Andreas, you
Not
require
sure that's
40.
slipped out the hand. It is warm in there.
Game shot on a fifth
Andreas
leg.
says,
Andreas Harrison.
thanks very much.
Sixth flag.
Is that the opportunity?
Game on.
Bo Greaves are going to get in this game. 2 darts at double 12.
Well, she's at the point of no return.
100.
Has to win the final 2 legs of this match.
$100.
Trading tons at the start of the 6th.
45.
But that is a big mistake. Will it get punished?
Andreas Harrison playing the role of the Punisher. He's put 100 in his advantage here. Forcing Bo to find a couple of trebles in the same visit. And does.
140.
Absolute class.
Crabtree sat in the back room
81.
waiting to see who will be playing in the final.
You'll be loving it, seeing these two getting put through the ringer.
Absolutely, because Crabtree's back there now and he can do what he wants to do. For the players here, they've literally got a 10-minute turnaround, and they're going to have to bull up in that time, which is the only occasion of the week we have a bull up when it comes to the final. So there's not really going to be much turnaround time for the winner of this game.
Keep an eye out for that bull up. Oh, wow. Tops for a serious saver.
Game shot on the stick flag.
Can't even begin to tell you how good that was.
7th and final leg. It's
Andreas Harrison
first.
sat waiting on 80 to win it 4-2.
But that's a settler straight in the middle of the treble 20.
137.
It's going to need a touch of quality rather than a mistake, you feel, to get this one done.
Yeah, that tells me with that dart in the treble 20, it may have been the reason why he
41.
went for that double 18 top shot on the 136, because it was in a similar place and he instantly then ran for cover. Won't be running for cover here.
140.
Back to back, 2 big treble visits. And a wry smile from Bo. I think she thinks her race is run, and back to back visits without a treble. I've left her vulnerable.
45.
Even a max.
Yeah.
Doesn't really help the situation.
Has to be, doesn't it?
This is all about Harrison at this point. Even the max, it's still all about Harrison.
121.
Another wayward dart there, just like on the double 12, which right now looks like it could be the deciding darts. The deciding chance and opportunity. And that is a maximum visit there from Harrison to leave himself on double 4. A dart away from the final.
Yep, double 4 after 12 in a deciding leg for a place in the final. Can he find the double? Not this time.
But the advantage of what he's done throughout this leg means that was a free opportunity. He knows he'll come back. Not really much Bo can do. A couple of big finishes that she's had.
Andreas, you require 4.
But this one, a much more simple one for Harrison. It's double 2 for a place in the £25,000 game.
Should be a good marker for him.
Game
and
shot.
is.
And the match.
It was a great
Andreas
guide.
Harrison.
And Andreas Harrison ends the hopes and dreams of Bo Greaves, but it's been a good week for Bo Greaves, and she won't have to wait too long to return to that stage, as she is taking part in Women's Week on Monday, and she'll be back there at 9:30 playing Fallon Sherrick. Well, there are the end numbers. 91.56 Harrison, 90.63 for Bo Greaves. So we know our finalists. It will be Cam Crabtree facing Andreas Harrison, and after a short break, we'll be teeing up that very final.
So the finalists set here at the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Andreas Harrison will take on Cam Crabtree. One of the biggest shocks, I guess, Chris Mason, is the fact that Bo Greaves won't be in it. What did you make of her performances tonight?
Yeah, I just think she looked a little bit flat. I don't know whether she may have not slept well last night or not feeling 100%. She was just
started well enough, didn't she?
Yeah, she started with a max. You couldn't make a better start, but as the night went on, she steadily was on the decline, and that could be anything. You know what I mean? It could just, like I say, it could be a bit of tiredness, not feeling great, but that's taking nothing away from Andreas Harrison. He had a job to do, and he did that.
Yeah, let's just recap what's happened tonight in terms of the results from not just the semis, but the group games as well. And look, we mentioned that start for Bo. Reece Robinson thought he got himself out of jail, but then didn't, because Darius Labanauskas, similar type of player to Andreas, isn't he? He just can never write him off. But Cam Crabtree just seems to turn up on finals nights.
Yeah, he seems to have this way that he will just sort of, he's quite a reactive player, so he just tends to do just enough. But as you say, on finals night, he has an ability of just really knuckling down. But this is where those scenarios can play a role. They, of course, met in that group game, and it's a win for Harrison, and I wonder how much that will play on the mind of Cam Crabtree in the final.
I'm just going to ask you a question here about the qualifying campaigns. Cam Crabtree just edged Neil Duff out in terms of the averages, which is how you qualify for the weeks, and he got into Group B at Duff's expense. Do you think Crabtree would even be standing here if he was in that Group C?
Well, not the way that Group C played out. It was super tough. It was probably one of the best Group Cs I've ever seen, and only 2 come out of that group. So, yeah, it's one of those things we tend to look back at tournaments and at qualifiers and how they got here. And along the way, there's always some kind of thing that plays out that means something else a bit later on. World Championships, how many times have we seen people dodge bullets along the way? And maybe that was him dodging a bullet and not having to play in Group C.
What have you made of his performances tonight?
Very good, looks very focused, seems switched on, looked very good in that semi-final, and he's going to have to be that good in the final. I think the best 2 players of the night are the 2 players that are in the final.
Yeah, the way he started the evening was sensational, wasn't it? It pretty much got the job done.
Yeah, it was very similar to his finals night in terms of qualifying for this Champions Week, where he just hit the stage running, put a statement down, indifferent in the middle matches, and then in the final repeated what he did in round 1, and he'll hope to do exactly that in this final tonight.
And staying with Crabtree, you mentioned it in comms actually with Matthew Edgar. He had an immediate impact on this stage when nobody really knew who he was, and he's a player who only really took up darts in lockdown. It's some story if he takes a £25,000 tonight.
Yeah, it's an incredible story. He was more than open. He was playing all the online dart stuff while everybody else was hitting 100 averages. He was hitting 45, 50 averages, stuck in there, practice. There was nothing else for him to do. He was furloughed. He just spent all of his time playing darts, and then he started to make waves away from here. He ultimately got his opportunity to play here, and in his opening match averaged 115.62, the first time he'd ever been in this type of environment and under the lights. And well, here he is now a couple of years later, 1 game away from £25,000 and putting his name on that, well, now becoming iconic trophy.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Just a bit of breaking news as well from the practice room. Cam Crabtree has won the bull, so he will throw first in the final. How big an impact could that have?
Yeah, I think that's big. In this particular match, when there's going to be a bit of nerves, naturally, there's a lot of money at stake, and just having the advantage of throw in a very short course game is going to be big tonight.
Okay, Andreas Harrison, the opponent, he's been a real part of the furniture here at the Super Series since he first qualified through the ADC Europe Link-Up. 3 weekly wins, had to miss out on his last Champions Week, but he's always a player that's there or thereabouts, isn't he?
Yeah, incredibly, what wasn't available to play in the Champions Week that he qualified for. Yeah, he's a bit special, isn't he? I like his throw, I like his demeanour, I like his attitude towards the game. He seems to have every element you need, and he knows how to win on this stage. As you said, he's done it 3 times already. This is a tough matchup, this is a tough one to call, and it may come down to just winning that ball by Cam Crabtree.
Just want to talk about the series overall. You've been here since the start, or before the start, in the prequel, if you like, in your own bedroom, I suppose. But the way this has grown, the Littler effect, of course, that had an effect on this stage. Where would you rank this series in terms of interest and how much the players are buying into it now?
Yeah, I think it's coincided with having the influencer event. It's put a few more eyes on it. Obviously, the interest in Bo is absolutely massive right now, and a lot of the young players. There's a real fascination with our sport, and without question, what Luke Littler achieved here. You know, he had this place packed out to capacity like it is tonight, and then look what he's gone on to do. And I think we're all benefiting from the interest. It started with the Fallon factor, and now it's down to what Luke Littler and players like Bo. And you know, we nearly could have had two 20-year-olds in the final. That just shows you where the game is. As it is, we've got an experienced veteran. I don't think Andreas will mind me calling him that. And a young upstart.
Because Littler won it twice, does that make people stand up and take notice of people who do win this? So does that give the winner tonight a little extra edge in all of their matches?
Well, listen, winning it once is hard enough, so much so that whoever's won it has failed to qualify for Champions Week in the next series. There's only one person to have done that, and that's Luke Littler, and that's testament to what we've seen in front of our very eyes. This is a special thing to win now. And listen, we have no influence on the players. If they say, it doesn't really matter if I win this, it's no big thing, that's their opinion. But as you know, when people stand on this stage, and especially that Champions Week trophy, they're desperate to win it. And anyone can't they? The link-ups we've got with the amateur dart circuit, it is possible that anyone watching this could be, at the end of the next series, stood right here. Exactly. There is a fast-track route in. If you're good enough, get yourself in the ADC events. There's a big ADC event going on right now in Middlesbrough. You win one of those, you get fast-tracked in here, win your week. Who knows? 3 months later or 2 months later, you could be playing for 25 grand, plus the 5 odd grand you win, you'd be 30 grand richer, and a place, like I say, on that iconic trophy. Big money match coming next, record £25,000. What are you expecting from the final? It's going to be tight. I can't see anything but being tight. Their numbers match up incredibly closely in every metric. Yeah, it's going to be a close. I think Matt said a very good point, like in that last match. It's not going to be the real big monster finishes. It's going to be those 51s, 42s, 48s, 60s even. That's going to be key to victory. I'll let you go and enjoy it, Chris. Thank you. It is time for the final here at the Modus Super Series Champions Night. £25,000 on the line. Cam Crabtree about to take on Andreas Harrison.
Only needs the one, and there you can see. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge. Well, this is it, the grand final of the 7th Modus Super Series, and we're ready. And the players are ready, and it's tungsten time! And now from Croydon in England, the winner of 2 PDC Challenge Tour, please welcome Cam Shabam Crabtree! And from Sweden, he's the winner of 3 WDF ranking titles. Please welcome Andreas Dirty Harrison!
And so it all comes down to this, for the right to pick up the £25,000 record first prize and get their hands on that trophy and their name engraved next to Conan Whitehead. Raymond Smith, Luke Littler, of course, who won it twice and has gone on to achieve incredible success since, Jim McEwen and Scott Taylor. Who will be the next name on the Modus Super Series Roll of Honour? Either Sweden's Andreas Harrison or the 20-year-old Cam Crabtree. Guiding you through the final, it is back to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Chris, and it's not going to take long to find out. Neither of these two hang around. Neither of these two don't know how to win on that stage. They've both had success, but this is a step up, Matt Edgar.
Oh, absolutely. This will be the biggest prize fund they've ever played for in a one-off game. It's a significant jump in prize money, and with that brings a significant amount of pressure. Still the same format as always here at the Super Series, a race to 4, the best of 7. And how much will that advantage of winning the bullseye come into play?
Come to throw first.
And significant prestige as well, which is something young players love to be part of. Just taking a moment.
58.
Sure is. Good pal. Owen Bates, who was over
97.
in that Euro Tour, who, well, didn't quite work out for him. He'll be somewhere watching and supporting his great pal, Cam
51.
Crabtree.
Oh, for sure, he'll be tuning in. And I was here the week that Crabtree won his week, and he did mention Owen Bates in his interview, and he said, well, Owen's won. I feel like I've got to win one. Well, he could win the big one.
He'll have the bragging rights then, won't he? He'll also be buying the beers.
100.
He could get a few pints with £25,000, and he's literally just 4 legs away.
96.
I suppose for Crabtree, he's showing us that it's that scenario. You don't have to be brilliant all the time. You have to be brilliant at the right time. And that's what he's done. He's really shown us that key quality of timing throughout
60.
this campaign.
Well, we say it about so many sports, but it just seems the most apt in this one. You can almost feel like you're out of a leg, and one poor visit, you bang a 180 and the leg's on its head. Another one of those leaves tops. Well, I said it's not going to be about the big monster finishes, but
73.
that was nearly one of those. Trouble 19, double 8 for Cam. These are the kind of finishes I expected were going to be key. 51 left, 19, double 16, or 11. Oh, 52. My maths.
33.
It is late.
Andreas, you
It's been a long
require
week.
20.
Getting giddy. It's the final.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison, and that is probably about as giddy as he's going to get there, that little fist bump.
Yeah,
Second leg.
Scandinavians
Andreas to throw first.
don't really get
Game
giddy.
on.
But saying that, look how many years Andreas Harrison's been playing and touring and taking on the various different systems and
60.
routes. This would be, by a long way, his biggest title on his CV. We may just see him break that ice-cool character
42.
and show us a bit of emotion should he get over the line, because it'll be validation to the sacrifice that he's made throughout the years.
Yeah, Scandinavians
85.
do some serious travelling.
$97.
Oh, this is nice to see.
100.
Always shows a bit of class. Bo has stayed on to watch the final. I would have been back at my
85.
hotel room sulking, blaming everybody except myself.
I'd be halfway up the motorway myself, yeah. About 3 hours ago, when the first round was over.
85.
I just want to sit around and, like the rest of us, see who is going to be
85.
the series champion. There's some serious names appearing on that trophy now. It's becoming a very prestige piece of silverware.
89.
Yeah, all of the amateur players want to get their name on it.
140.
Outside of a amateur
Andreas
player winning the UK
82.
Open or someone winning the Lakeside, in terms of amateur darts, there's not much bigger, is there, Matt?
74.
Absolutely not.
Can you require 52?
2 darts missed there from Harrison, has offered Crabtree the chance to get that throw back.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
A bit of a roar there in that corner.
Third leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
He does it in 17 darts, the break back.
96.
I tell you what, when Crabtree starts playing well, he starts to have a little bit of swagger, doesn't he? A bit of sway in the hips, the chest pops out. And right now, I'm starting to see that body language.
Yeah, like a bantam.
That's the thing in this environment. It's that fight or flight sort of scenario, isn't it?
Yeah.
140. $134.
Lovely use of the cover shot. That's a wonderful recovery.
64.
Oh, very little in this one. Just the 16 points. That's a fabulous 140. The second of the final.
$139.
Oh,
Can you
blow for
require
blow at the moment, isn't it?
73? $53. Andreas, you require 58.
This is big, and again, it's that range you were discussing.
Game shot on the third leg. Andreas
It's
Harrison.
always a sign of a bit of an edgy game, isn't it, when the hold or throw has not happened in the first 3
leg.
legs.
It's Andreas to throw first.
But if
Game
Andreas can get it here, he will give himself a cushion.
And he will apply massive pressure.
140.
He looks cool enough, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
59.
One of those things that you can never really accuse Andreas Harrison of, getting carried away with the situation.
Yeah, he's not a flapper.
45.
There it is. Modus Super Series Champions Trophy.
12 weeks of qualifying and a week on Champions Week.
58.
Sorry, mate. Must be a big night. We've got Chris Sargent here. Normally seen at all the big PDC major events, the photographer.
60.
You'll be getting some nice pictures, I'm sure, to be in circulation.
He's waiting for that
140.
winning dart to go in and just capture that moment of elation. And trust me, the winner will be absolutely elated. If it's Andreas, he may not show
100.
it.
I think even this situation would break the demeanour of Andreas Harrison.
140. Andreas, you require
But a long way to go yet in
156.
this one. Still just in the sort of jousting stages.
60.
A
Can you
treble-less
require
visit.
104.
Harrison could let Crabtree get back into this and give us a 4th consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
Cam Crabtree.
First 10 plus out of the final. Acknowledged
Fifth
sportingly
leg, it's Cam to throw first.
by
Game on.
Andreas.
85.
Well, it turns now into a best of 3. Finishing line getting closer.
140.
And we are none the wiser. Before the start of the game, it was priced up as Cam Crabtree being slight favourite with the odds compilers.
58.
Did you say it was 8 to
8 to 11 Crabtree, even money Harrison.
Do you think a lot of that was based on who won the ball?
96.
Quite possibly. Oh, that's perfect, isn't it, for Crabtree? You just expect
140.
to put it on top. It was an ideal lie there, right on the bottom wire with that flat entry.
Well, we're looking potentially at our first hold of throw in the final. Both players averaging over 90.
83. $58.
Well, if Andreas Harrison can find a couple of trebles here, he'll become favourite for another breaker throw.
130.
He does find a couple of trebles.
160.
2 treble 20s. Oh, just over the top wire.
140. Andreas, you require 52.
He's left himself handy. But this time, he can't cash it in, and that 140 of Crabtree could really pay dividends here. It's 3 darts in hand to put himself a leg away from the title.
Yeah, just applied a bit of pressure, didn't it, that 140? What a massive opportunity that was for Andreas, who would have been throwing for the title. But it's Crabtree who gets the chance to lead. And he does lead. 16 dart hold of throw in the end, and he's now 1 away. And Harrison has to be perfect.
6th leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $140.
One more leg for Crabtree to get him over the line and add his name to that roll of honour.
100.
Could you imagine the heart rate now of Cam Crabtree? That's where you'd like to see the heart rate monitors.
108.
That's superb. When your back's against the wall and you kick off 140, 180. They did it for a while, didn't they? In the
134.
World Championships, Sky sort of put the ones that go around the chest. Dennis Priestley's hardly moved.
140.
What a leg this is. He's a leg away from losing this match and losing it in the final of the tournament. And he goes 140, 180, 140.
59.
Potentially 11 darter here from Harrison.
Yeah, right when he's at the point of no return, makes this one even more special.
Game
well,
shot on
it's
a
not an 11,
leg.
but it's a beautiful 12. A 4-visit leg. And fittingly, Matt Edgar, we go to a deciding leg. Especially when Harrison's involved. I don't think I've ever seen any player involved in more 4-3s in a weekly campaign than Andreas Harrison.
So fitting to the way the week has broke down and the way it has gone, though. It goes down to a one-leg shootout. The final leg of the final of this series.
85.
Every single dart is going to feel like it's under scrutiny. Every dart just matters so much more. Every miss amplified.
125.
Every big hit amplified as well. Not that you would know it. Coolest man in the building.
140.
Still hard to split them. And will that bullseye in the back room really come
59.
into pay dividends? But that a slip from Crabtree And a bit of an opportunity here for Harrison.
Yeah, especially if he can find the red bit.
55.
Let off. But he can't afford to come up dry on this visit. Needs at least a ton.
$81.
Nearly recovered the situation.
Yeah, what he's given though is Andreas 6 starts at 2-2-1.
100.
Minimum requirement completed there for Harrison. It puts him within range. We know he loves the bullseye. But Crabtree is well and truly in range. A maximum visit at the perfect time. He's on a double. But we know Harrison loves the bull.
He's going to need a treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison. A wonderful 171 to leave double 4. What does Harrison do? Take out the 1-2-1 for the title. Well, I said he had to be perfect. He was near perfect in the last 2 legs of that one, Matt Eckert.
Oh, absolutely brilliant there from Harrison. Crabtree put him absolutely under pressure there with that massive 171, and we know that Harrison loves the ball. He's been hitting it all week in those sort of situations, and wow, what an incredible moment there for Andreas Harrison. We actually got a reaction. We got an outpour of a reaction there from Andreas Harrison, who just overwhelmed at the moment with picking up the Modus Super Series title, his biggest title to date, and also his biggest paycheck of £25,000.
Andreas Harrison, yeah, the winner here at the Modus Super Series. I'll start at the end. What did it feel like to hit that bullseye for the 1-2-1?
Just blocked out. Just, yeah, I feel amazing. Well, great. What should I say?
The pressure that Cam had put on you, he'd hit a 171 just before that as well. That's the kind of thing that you've been doing a lot on this stage, but to do it in front of a crowd, under that pressure, that's just incredible. Just try and sum up what it means to you.
I was just thinking 121 is probably the ton plus finish I hit the most of the times in all my appearances here. So, yeah, I know I can do it. So.
You had to miss your last Champions Week. You weren't able to come here, so you certainly made up for it tonight. 4-3 in the final as well. That has been the scoreline for you this week, hasn't it?
Yeah. Not been the luckiest one in the first days, but yeah, in the final day it was lucky for me, the 4-3. It was, yeah.
Big crowd here as well tonight. Obviously, a lot of them supporting other players from this country, but how have you found the audience this evening?
Yeah, fantastic. Great. Love you all.
And just finally for you, how big is this moment in your career? You've done a lot of things, you're an experienced player, but where does this rank in terms of your achievements?
Yeah, it must be the biggest, I think. Absolutely, the biggest.
Well, we're going to let you enjoy the moment. Congratulations. What we're going to do now is hand you over to the presentation party with our MC, Mr. Paul Starr.
Well, what a wonderful, wonderful final we've just witnessed. I'm receiving £25,000. The trophy and the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, what an incredible moment. Andreas Harrison lifting that trophy. He's a man of few words, Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar alongside me, but you could see how much it meant to him, Chris.
Yeah, and what a fitting ending, really. I don't think anybody's been put through the ringer like he has this week. I don't think anybody's won and lost as many 4-3 games, but I mean, he really pulled it out the fire against a very good Cam Crabtree. 3-2 down in a world of trouble, and then just produces that 12 darter to get it to 3-3, and then to finish the match with a 1-2-1. A very, very worthy winner.
I just passed Cam Crabtree on my way up. That's why it took me a little while to get here. But his jaw was on the floor. He hit that 1-7-1, and then the 1-2-1 on the bullseye. I'm sure you've experienced that, but to experience it in a final, it's tough to take, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's heartbreaking. He would have thought he did the job. He would have thought that that was enough of the pressure, because not only that, but he got our referee, Jack Garwood, to do that big call. And then that gets everyone, that gets the excitement up, and it just changes the energy in the room. And what a fantastic finish that was for Harrison. I did say on commentary, he's hit so many bullseye finishes this week, and he's just had another one at the most crucial moment.
Yeah, this exchange, it's exactly what the Super Series is all about. What a way to finish the series.
Yeah, I've actually had something similar. A 180 to leave tops against Richie Burnett in the last leg of a match in I think it was a semi-final of what was then a Pro Tour, only to see him take 160 out. It's crippling, but it's one of those occasions where you just say, you know what, fair play to you. You deserve it, because that was just an incredible sequence of legs and an incredible sequence of moments.
And he's enjoying this moment, isn't he? I'm not sure if he's going to pry his lips off that trophy then.
Yeah, listen, we discussed it in commentary, Chris, that outside of probably a UK Open Riley's qualifier, winning a Riley's, someone winning the Lakeside, outside of that, or maybe the World Masters, this is the next big thing in amateur darts, and the players are embracing it. And you've only got to listen to them in interviews. We don't preempt them. We let them, we let them say whatever they want, but they know how big this is. It's a massive moment. It gets massive coverage. The numbers tonight were absolutely incredible, just on YouTube alone. And yeah, isn't amateur darts in a real great place, and it's an incredible privilege just to be part of it.
Certainly, it's just on the end of that final. We've looked at it from a Crabtree perspective, getting it snatched away. But let's give Harrison his dues. He had to step up and produce that, and he did.
Oh, he did, and he's really soaking it in down there and enjoying his moment, and rightly so. This is validation for Andreas Harrison. He's been playing good darts for quite some time, and he's always been overlooked, really, in terms of how good he is. We sat up here, and we've always said Andreas Harrison, so I said it, I got the winner right. It was just many months ago now. But in regards to Andreas Harrison, every time someone else comes along, he's like, you get distracted very quickly from how good he really is. He's a player that's travelled the world, played the various tours, put a lot of time and sacrifice and commitment into this sport, and now he's having his moment and he's getting that validation. He's got the trophy, he's got that money. This is what he's been playing for all those years, and this is as good as it gets for him right now. This is fantastic.
We just saw there, Mace, a few of the players that have been involved, not just tonight, but this week and in this series. And he's the winner. He's the player who will take all the plaudits, have all the photographs and stuff like that. But there have been a lot of players that have broken through at this series and wants to watch for the next one.
Yeah, so many. And that's the beauty of this format and the system in which you can qualify. Yeah, we have the established players and those that receive their invites and what they've done previously or what they do away from the Super Series. But ultimately, it's like a conveyor belt of talent. Remember, we saw Cam Crabtree for the very first time on debut, and we were like, wow. And you think, is there another one? And they just keep revolving. But listen, it may be a young man's game in the Premier League, but it's a little bit different. It's a bit of a veterans game here at the Super Series. Jim McEwen winning one as well, of course.
Both ends of the spectrum, isn't it? We said
Yes.
at the time that Littler handed the trophy to McEwen. That was somewhat kind of symbolic of darts for everybody, I suppose. Tonight, in the final, as Mace mentioned, we had a guy in his late 40s and a player in his 20.
I've come up with a phrase when I first started working here at the Super Series, said where worlds collide, and that's what it is. We take the best of the development tour, the youth systems, the challenge tours, the WDF, the women's series, all the various tours that are available other than the Pro Tour, and we put them all together. And we're going to come up with all sorts of different champions from all sorts of different generations. We've seen Jim McEwen get his moment here. We saw Andreas Harrison get his on the total opposite end of the spectrum. We saw Luke Littler start getting his moments here. And that's what the Super Series is going to continue to do. And I'm sure we're going to unearth many, many more talents over the next 12 months. And we may have done that this week with Andy Davidson.
For people, Mace, who have never been here before, this is what it's all about. Nowhere else in darts do you get this up close and personal with the players.
No, and I do say it. It's a unique experience here. You'll see Bo was sat out in the crowd. Andy's been here. As soon as the players have beat, Conor Heenan was sat out there, and you get to mix and meet the guys on stage. You imagine, I said, those people that were here during the Littler era, they got up close, personal, got to meet him, got photographs with him, got stuff signed. Can't get anywhere near him now.
What about Beau Greaves? We can't not talk about her tonight. It was a big occasion, just fell short in the end.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Listen, she'd be the first one to make no excuses at all. But yeah, it just didn't seem quite at it tonight. And listen, some people, we had this discussion on Thursday. Some people it suits having that couple of days off. Other people it don't. And I don't think it particularly suited Beau. And we may see that next week again. But listen, she's a different class. One of the best players. Never mind male or female, she's one of the best dart players I've seen in a long, long time.
We'll just wrap up by recapping the results from tonight. Here's what we have seen on Champions Night. And in the end, 4-3 in the semi-final, 4-3 in the final. Matt, that was always going to be the way for Andreas Harrison this week, wasn't it?
It's been the theme of his week. Andreas Harrison doesn't do anything the easy way. He wants to get his money's worth up there on the stage, and, well, it just shows a real good sign and quality that he gets in these long battles and can see them through, because those last leg shootouts, we always used to say on the tour, give it to a last leg shootout and anything can happen in a last leg decider. And, well, Andreas Harrison, I'd love to know the percentage of how many of those last leg shootouts he wins, because that's when it's just all about bottle and character, and he's shown it in abundance there under the most severest of pressure.
And there's something joyous, Mace, isn't there, just about watching what he described himself as his best achievement, his greatest starting day.
Yeah, it's his biggest moment, and the beauty of it now, you know, since the start of going on YouTube, it's going to stay there. You know, he can show his grandkids, his kids, and his kids' kids. You know, it's it's a great moment for the amateur player. There's no other real avenue, like I said, and the way you can qualify. You know, all the other events I've mentioned, you've got to do a lot of traveling. There's a lot of investment. Go to your ADC qualifiers, get yourself in the app, get yourself down here and show us what you can do.
A worthy winner?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We've been talking about him all the way sort of through the series as being somebody who is going to be rivaling for the title, and now this could just sort of change that perception. I mentioned at the start of this that we were saying Harrison, then when Beau qualifies and you start turning your head, you can't turn your head away from Andreas Harrison now. He is now a validated champion.
And Beau will get another go, of course, Mace, because Monday morning the Women's Week starts, and it starts in style as well. That's going to be fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't get any bigger than that in terms of the women's game. Two of the key players in women's darts right now, Beau taking on Fallon, and yeah, I will be up bright and early tuning in myself for that. I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, that's coming up next week. Gents, thank you for your company,
Pleasure.
not just tonight for the entire series, but the series in the end belonged to Andreas Harrison. The Super Swede is the Super Series champion, pocketing a cool £25,000, and he adds his name to the Roll of Honour after the most thrilling Champions Night.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot
Ross Smith, is it a 9? A long time, and that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is.
On the mark.
It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!